Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, or good night. Whatever time it is, wherever you may be. I hope everybody is doing well today. Today is Triforce Tuesday once again. We are back with more Ocarina of Time. Last time we left off, we were at the very beginning of the Water Temple. And so we're going to start, and I'm going to show you guys why it's actually not so bad. Alright guys, let's get started. We left off at the Water Temple, so let's start at the point where everybody hates in this game. I genuinely, it's not so bad. Maybe I can convince you guys. Can't focus that well, either focus on the game or focus on stream. Here I am. King Tippy kicks the usurper from the throne. Pretender. Water Temple. We've arrived. Please let me know how it sounds, guys. I would appreciate that. So the worst part about the Water Temple, I think, is the menuing. The constant menuing to take the iron boots on and off. Mix is good for me, thank you, health. Oh my gosh, who is it? Oh, you! If I'm right, my dude! Sounds good for you, I'm glad, thank you. You're my dude, aren't you? It's your ex, run! It's me, your fiance, Rudo, Princess of the Zoras. Oh, that's right, we're engaged. I never forgot the vows we made to each other 7 years ago. Have you been wondering where I am, or are you just cool with this? You're a terrible man to have kept me waiting for these 7 long years. But now is not the time to talk about love. I'm sure you've already seen it. Zora's domain, totally frozen. I have seen it. A young man named Sheik saved me from under the ice. But my father and the other Zoras have not, yet. I want to save them all. I want to save Zora's domain. Hey, I saved your father. He's good. You have to help me. This is a request from me, the woman who's going to be your wife. My dude, you have to help me destroy the evil monster in the temple, okay? Inside the Water Temple, there are 3 places where you can change the water level. I'll lead the way. Follow me! Quickly. Okay. She is, she has also grown up, it seems. So as long as you know what you're doing in the Water Temple, of course the first playthrough is always going to be rough. But the whole point of a first playthrough of a game is exploration. You're not meant to know what's going on. But I don't think it's genuinely that difficult. Where did she go, actually? Let's see if she's in this door. Oh, surprise, she's not. So she, once again, just disappears. She has a habit of doing that. What are you doing? Relax. Yeah, at least you don't have to carry her around, right? Yeah, what's up, Tech? How are you, man? Good to see you. Yeah, we're in the Water Temple. It's no biggie. You just have to go clockwise, that's all. You have to know where to start, and you just go clockwise, and you're pretty much good to go. Start at 3 o'clock. Go to 6, go to 12. Then you start at 6. Go to 12, go to... No, I mean 9. then 12. You know what I mean. Oh wait, what am I doing? I need to handle something first. You're good? I'm glad to hear. So this is what Rudo was talking about. She said we could change the water levels. Those who wish to open the path sleeping at the bottom of the lake must play the song passed down by the royal family. 3-6-3-9er? Can't tell time. You start at 3, you go to 6, you go to 9. Then you start at 6, you go to 9, you go to 12. It's all good. It's easy. Water temple's easy peasy. Alice, thank you for the good luck. Good luck rolling around, thank you so much. I appreciate it, even though you can't hear me. You can just use this torch to light these 2 other torches to the side. But using Jin's fire is just simpler, honestly. Meech doesn't know how to tell time. I'm immune to this advice. $50 million, I'm rich. Oh no. I don't have that kind of money. Oh, come on, Link. Get it together. What are you doing, Link? What is actually happening right now? What? What is going on? Goodness me. Yeah, come at me. Let's do the thing. Oh my lord. Share $1 million? Aw, man. Yeah, you do have to be a little precise with those stupid things. I forget which ones actually have something hidden behind them. Start my dream business. Also, I guess the water temple is worse if you are collecting everything in the game. If you're 100%ing the game, I think it's significantly worse than if you're just, excuse me, if you're just running through the level. You know what I mean? Like, I don't think it's as bad if you're not worried about collecting everything. One of the apps almost every teacher uses isn't working right now because the company's authentication servers are down, and I can't read. Well, good luck with that, Health. I certainly hope it gets figured out. Principal's hard drive died this morning. That's a shame. I'm having a great time. Sounds like it. Oh, there's no... I always try to menu as little as possible here. Thank you for the lurk, Alice. So the good thing about the 3DS version, excuse me, I couldn't remember what I was trying to say, is that the iron boots are actually like an equipable item, like your bow and arrow, your bombs and everything. Which obviously they are not in this one, so you can kind of just use like the quote-unquote C buttons to take the iron boots on and off, which make the temples just so much faster. So that was such a nice quality of life improvement that they added to that game. And I kind of really wish we got an actual Switch remaster. It's kind of lame that it's on such a tiny handheld device, but you would 100% this. That is what I am doing, Tech. That's what we're doing. Living the life, 100%ing Zelda games. Exclamation TT for all your Triforce Tuesday incentives. So as I pointed out, we wanted to go 369 in terms of which way we are navigating this temple. So thank you, health. All bits, all subs go towards those incentives, as well as gift subs get Pokemon card openings, and the more concurrent subs we have at any given time, the more crazy the things we will do for Triforce Tuesday. So as you can see, 3 o'clock over there, 6 o'clock right here, and now we'll head over to good old 9 o'clock. Ah! Hello, Ness. What's up, man? Good to see you. I'm here, but lurking, making a secret project. Hope you're feeling amazing. Thank you, Ness. I hope you are feeling amazing as well. Good luck on your secret project. I love the Nodders emote. It's adorable. Feeling good, I'm glad to hear. The reason I keep looking is some of these, and I don't remember which one, some of these little corridors have these hookshot targets, so I don't have to keep taking off and putting my iron boots back on. You know what I mean? Ooh, in the air. Putting my iron boots back on is my favorite euphemism. Gamering. No, of course not. Why would there be? We should have counted how many times I have to equip the iron boots during this. Should have kept a little counter. Oh shoot, this is actually one of the this is actually one of the ones with the hookshot target. Another one. Easy game. Who is this guy? Anybody keeping track of how many times this is? What's up, AMAC? Good to see you. Hope you've been... Excuse me, hope you've been well. I think the Water Temple gets a bad rap because a bunch of millennials were young when they played this place, and it does not signpost real well. Well, I've already mentioned about how I don't mind this temple at all. Of course, on the first playthrough as a kid, yeah, it's going to be a little challenging, and you're probably doing a lot of backtracking, but I don't know. I don't feel like it's really that bad. I feel like it's pretty linear overall. Like, yeah, you have to kind of know what you're doing, but I don't know. I think people just want to say that they hate it because everybody else says that they hate it. Just found it tedious. Yeah, and that's fair too. Yeah, people do love piling onto hate too. There's that as well. Hate on the internet? Tell me more. I like the theming. This is a wonderful temple for me in terms of the theme and how beautiful it is, and oh man, it's just such a good vibe. I think the Forest Temple is still my favorite overall. I just adore the Forest Temple, but this is definitely a close second because I love water areas just in general, real life and video games. They're so I don't know, calming. They're so nice to me. Bandwagon effect. Love the Forest Temple music. Yeah, I do too. I was talking about that when we played through that. I think the temple can be tedious. I think that's a fair point. But overall, I really don't have any hate towards it. Honestly, I think, personally, I think the water temple in Twilight Princess is actually worse than this one. In terms of navigating the temple. I think it's harder. I don't think this one is all that bad. Hello. I should pay attention. Trying to think of my least favorite temple in this game. It might be the Spirit Temple. Spirit Temple, I don't think I really have any issue with any temples in this game. Spirit Temple's not the most fun, I guess, but I don't mind it. I think it's a pretty good temple. Forest Temple is creepy but relaxing. I like Spirit Temple music more. Obviously we have not gotten there yet, but... Hello? Stop rolling towards me. Leave me alone? We have not gotten there yet, but the Great Bay Temple in Majora's Mask, I think has incredibly underrated music. Truly underrated music. And I feel like it's so simple, and perhaps that's why it's underrated, but boy, I love it. I'm a big fan. I do like the music in this temple. I love the original music in the Fire Temple. Not that I don't like the, you know, updated music, but the original music is with the chanting is actually so good. Love it. That is nothing. There's something on the calendar tomorrow called Kindness Ninja Assembly? Excuse me? I'm going to assume that's the name of a children's book. Yeah, maybe. Come at me, bro. You thought. Teaching the kids to be kind, anti-bullying, that kind of stuff. Okay. Got it. Okay, kindness ninja. It's clicking with me now. Plus, the other thing I just love, and it's actually I just pointed this out when I was at the went to the aquarium. I just love the reflection of water, and you see all this moving light along the walls and everything. Oh my god! In real life, it's such a little beautiful little phenomenon. Such a sucker for it. And for it to actually kind of be in the game, they did it quite well. Like, look at this. It's pretty dang good. What's up, Pantry? How you doing, man? Good to see you. Hope you've been well. Doing alright, I'm glad to hear. Started work a little late. Hey, never hurt anybody, right? Well, perhaps that's not entirely true. What are you, immune? Oh, Link. I wore my Splunk because ninjas are too busy shirt the other day. I work from home. What they don't know won't hurt them. Exactly. Exactly. I love this room. This is another... Boy, I don't know. Something about this room. Hey, I sure do wish this thing had a longer reach, right guys? Right guys? Oh no. Link needs some good old-fashioned crossbow training, you know what I mean? Oh, goodness. Really? What kind of dummy? What kind of dummy actually falls in? This isn't a crossbow. I was just making a joke because that's a game. That's all. Yeah, game, quote unquote game. Something like that. Can anybody guess what my favorite room in this dungeon is? Nobody. No guesses. Hey. Free magic. You guessed the room that we were just in. I will, I'll give you a hint. It's this one. I love this room so much. Just how it is right now. Just before you walk in and do anything. Oh my gosh. Best room perhaps in the entire game. The infamous fog problem room. I love this room so much. I don't know how to describe it, why I love it so much, but oh my goodness. I like voids, perhaps. And I don't know, it's just something about the water, the still water and the reflection. Who's that? Feels like an impossible room, yeah, for sure. Hey, buddy. Hey, what's up? How are you? How we doing today? You wanna play? You can't really do the whole crouch stab maneuver with him. Also, you should not target him. If you want any tips on good old Dark Link here, you really shouldn't target him, although targeting with the big Goron sword and stabbing like this is a pretty decent method. So you have to forward stab. But if you're fighting with the Master Sword, targeting is ill-advised. Dark Link's supposed to mimic you, except he never got the big Goron sword. That's correct. That is correct. And now, all of a sudden, I hate the room. No, I don't hate the room. Actually, I still... Matter of fact, I actually really like this empty room of just a thin layer of water. But the other one is just so lovely. The T-Link 1000. Ankle deep in water. Yeah, that. I like that too. What's up, Storm? How are you, man? Good to see you. Nice, nice little lurk emote. I appreciate the lurk. Yeah, Dark Link is too dumb to trade. This was the prototype room for all the tests of strength in Breath of the Wild. It does feel that way. Well, Scooby-Dooby-Dooby-Doo. Alright, let's venture on down. Oh my god, I'm dead! My dude! Be careful, don't get swallowed by the vortexes. Okay. Oh, I probably should have made note that we didn't really say anything. We got the long shot. So now my reach on the hook shot is a decent deal longer than it was previously. When Adult Link screams when falling, it's kind of bone chilling, like he's being tortured. It is a really good scream by the voice actor. I have bottle with fairies? Yeah, I do. I still got blue fire. I'm gonna go out on a limb and say I don't need this anymore. You know what I mean? Also, I like how this room is shaped kind of like a rope from, of course, yes, of course, from the original Legend of Zelda. Kind of has the vibe of a rope. Longshot is just my chances of ever being happy. It's only vortices if it comes from the Vorticessa region of France. I thought it was a snake. I don't know if you're being facetious or not, Panty. Pantry. X region of France jokes are the best. Unfortunately, I'm sorry, it went over my head. No! No, I disagree! Can we mash our way out of here? I don't know if we can. I disagree with that. I don't think we actually got pulled in. Say la vie. Hey, what's up, Logically Sweet? You don't have to. I was trying to do it quickly, and it backfired. It does help to use the boots, but you don't actually have to. Hope you're doing well today. So we'll bite the bullet and just take the easy way over there. Not been a good year. I'm sorry to hear that. I know the feeling. I hope things look up for you. How long have I been growing the beard? Nearly 2 years at this point. Almost 2 years. I think around the end of May is when I started. 2-year growth is impressive. I did grow it once for 3 years straight, and then I shaved it. This is the second longest I've ever done it. You guys ever open up Twitch during your regular routine and see no one you regularly hang out with? Yeah, I mean, it happens. So then you browse around and find someone to watch. The next thing you know, your workday of 8 hours is over. Well, that doesn't happen because this is my workday. I can never get past the itchy and tasting leftovers phase. The itchy phase only lasts 2 weeks max. That's usually pretty on the long end. It's usually only about a week. Once you're 3 to 4 weeks into the growth, it'll get itchy down here. Like being on Tinder, I never match with anyone. Yeah, the itch isn't that bad at all after a little while. It's not so bad. The thing is, when you're kind of growing a long beard, you have to keep the neckline clean in the beginning till it gets a few months in. You know what I mean? You have to keep shaving the neckline so you don't look like a chump till you're a few months into the growth. And then after that, you can just let the neck go with everything else because it's all part of the beard. I guess some people still shave it once they grow the long beard, but that doesn't make a lot of sense to me. Yeah, super convenient after that. Yeah. Yeah, you don't have to shave your neck anymore, right? Hate shaving the neck. Isn't it the worst? Get away from me! Thank you. I appreciate that. Is this temple beatable without the blue tunic? Yeah, it definitely is. Especially the more hearts you have, the more time you have under the water. So you don't spend that much time actually submerged. Luckily, you can go down and up pretty quickly. Holy, Sabonis, thank you so much for 4 months of hoagies, buddy. I really appreciate that. Hope you're doing well. Going towards the completion of the Nintendo Gallery and Wind Waker. Thanks so much, man. Hope everything's going well today. Hope you had a nice weekend, because it's been a little while since I've talked to you guys. I haven't seen you guys in like 5 days or so. I'm better than I was on Thursday, Sabonis. That's for sure. I'm definitely better than that, but I'm definitely also not 100%, so hopefully we'll get there soon. And thank you very much. I appreciate that. How are you doing? Oh, that was stupid. Don't try to take shortcuts. Just do the thing. Rolling forward as always. I'm I'm glad to hear that, I suppose. To turn up my volume just a bit here. Where are you? There's a very chatty bird outside my window right now. I hear you. Where are you? Come get me. You don't want to fight me? There you are. Come on, Link. Get it together, dude. Looks like I tuned in just in time to see everyone's favorite Zelda dungeon. Yeah, we've had several discussions about it, as you can probably imagine already. I personally really like this dungeon. What do you think, Sabonis? What's your opinion? Are you on the hate side of things, or what's the Chatty bird, Alice is outside my window. What's up, Caladius? How you doing, man? One of the faster dungeons if you know where you're going. Yeah, I was talking about that. As long, like, of course your first playthrough is gonna be pretty rough, but once you're done with that, it should be pretty easy. Doing well, I'm glad to hear. It's not my favorite dungeon, but not my least favorite ever. Not my least favorite either, rather. I mean, yeah, I can see that. It doesn't have to be everybody's favorite dungeon. I don't know if it's my favorite, but I enjoy it. I like it. It's better than the fire temple that requires you to dive deep to get its required item. That's very true. Yeah, you do have to do a lot of work for the fire temple. You're right about that. Oopsie. I can't aim. Yes, I have indeed played the Master Quest. It's also an incentive for Triforce Tuesday. Exclamation TT if you want to see the incentives list. That is one of the things on the list. It is it's quite fun. It's like the very first Ocarina of Time randomizer, almost. You know? It's like, oh yeah, I know the game, but now where is everything? It's pretty fun. Nope, I'm not at the right place. But yeah, I would recommend it, Sabonis, if you are thinking of playing it eventually. I don't know the Daytona USA theme. So I can't sing that, unfortunately. I'm singing it now. Excellent positioning. Link, get it together, dude. Posted in music, John's, thanks. Exclamation John. And don't apologize for questions. I don't care. That's how conversations are started. Basically just like saying thing. Pretty much the same. Like, what's that thing? What's that, John? Pretty much the same thing. Yeah. It's a local, very local, John. Welcome back, Retro. Semi, welcome back. Hope you're doing well today. Why can't I hit these Tektites? You know what? Just fall down. I don't care. Ooh. That's cool. I think so too. I think it's pretty interesting. I see. Gamering. I don't think the Northwest has a word like that. My mom did, though. She called anything she couldn't give a word to hoochie nanner. That sounds like it's from the South. Hoochie nanner. Like, people say, like, thingamajig and everything. Like, I feel like that's a catch-all anywhere in the U.S. at least. Kind of thing, but But yeah. John is exclusively Philly. Oh, I forgot you were down here. Hoochie Nana really sounds like it's from the deep south. It's pretty funny. Ooh. Or extreme northern Midwest. That's true. Oh, oops. That's not what I was intending to do. My mom is decidedly not southern. Ouch. Electricity rates are going down. Monthly electric bill for an average residential customer will decrease by 91 cents per month. I'm rich. What's up, Bagley? How you doing today? Good to see you. Hope you're well. Start saving for the Maserati. Same body style as Magmar, but opposite typing and red. Same body style as Magmar, but opposite typing, meaning water, but red, meaning... I'm trying to figure this out. This is a nice riddle. Same body style as Magmar. Opposite typing surely means water. Also, how are you, Bagley? Same body style and red. Like Pokemon red, or the actual Pokemon is the color red? I don't know Pokemon, but I think I know this one. Shoot. Am I dumb? Free the fairies. This is like a Mario Party minigame. Hey guys, it's Fall Guys. Look at me, I'm Fall Guys. Meh. See if I can do the good old... My dude, look out. That isn't normal water. It's not? What do you mean? Meant to be confusing and up to interpretation. Shoot, man. I'm curious if you get it. I'm gonna try. I'm definitely gonna try. But, I have like 3 in mind. You guys are doing better than I am. Are you kidding me? That's annoying. Alrighty then. Just gonna chill here for a moment. I had 2 in mind that I consider a success. Okay. I will do my best. Right? Easy fight. I spent about 1 brain cell and 8 seconds thinking about this, so don't sweat it too hard. Clean! Yo, Ash. Good to see you. How's it going? Hope you've been well. Who is this gamer? Going okay. I'm glad to hear that. Oh, it's on the other side. Shoo-ga-doo-ga-doo-ga-doo-ga-doo-ga-doo. Yay. Chamber of Sages. My dude. I would have expected no less from the man I chose to be my husband. Zora's domain and its people will eventually return to their original state. Yay. As a reward, I grant my eternal love to you. No thanks. Well, that's what I want to say, but I don't think I can offer that now. Okay, good. I have to guard the water temple as the Sage of Water. Fantastic. And you're searching for Princess Zelda? Ha! You can't hide anything from me. Princess Zelda, she's alive. I can sense it, so don't be discouraged. Oh yeah, this whole time I just thought she was dead and I was just fighting for nothing. I can tell that nothing will stop you in your quest for justice and peace. You must take this medallion, take it respectfully. Okay, I'm sorry. Hooray. You receive the water medallion. Ruto awakens as a sage and adds her power to yours. Pog! Your character is called my dude? He is. If you see Sheik, please give him my thanks, okay? Okay. Yeah, it was named by Ness. If you guys want to name our our hero in the Triforce Tuesday series. You gotta get here early for the stream that starts the new game. As the water rises, the evil is vanishing from the lake. My dude, you did it. Oh, that Zora chick, she said thanks. She wanted me to tell you thanks. Also, who are you talking? I wasn't even teleported here yet. Did Ruda want to thank me? I mean, I just told you that. I see. We have to return peace to Hyrule for her sake too, don't we? I don't know. Look at that, my dude. Together, you and Princess Ruda destroyed the evil monster. Okay. Once again, the lake is filled with pure water. All is as it was here. Good. I did it. You okay? Where'd you go? He's in the tree. Look, Link, look. Look up. He's in the tree. Oh my god. He's in the water. Link, you dum-dum. You weren't even paying attention. I never remember if you can do it from the first. Oh, you can, okay. So what I did just then, I suppose it would help if I read this out to you. When water fills the lake, shoot for the morning light, which is exactly what we did. The water filled the lake, and then we shot the sun as it was rising, and we got a special gift, which I will show off in a moment here. But first things first. And as soon as I'm finished with these small little things to do, we'll do Bagler's card redemption and also the prediction. It's gonna be interesting. I'm gonna be thinking hard about it. What's this? You got the fire arrow. Your arrows will be powered up. If you hit your target, it will catch fire. How cool is that? Alright. Let's take a quick moment to take care of some things. Alrighty. We're back to it. Let's continue on. I cannot remember the Prelude of Light. Is this one of those video games I keep hearing about? It might be one of them, yeah. There's a good chance. When does he get a smooch? Well, I suppose when he saves the world. my goodness. What is happening? Does he even get smooched in this game? Stick around and find out. I left the stove on. Oh no, don't do that. Get back, my dude. Oh my gosh, how'd you do that? Teach me. What's in there? Oh my goodness. How are you doing that? That's cool. I want to learn that. Ooh, spooky. What is it? Dedge. Looks like you're coming around. Oh yeah? Oh boy, here we go. My dude, a terrible thing has happened. The evil shadow spirit has been released. Impa, the leader of the Kakariko village, had sealed the evil shadow spirit in the bottom of the well. Cool. But the force of the evil spirit got so strong, the seal of the well broke and it escaped into the world. That stinks. What am I supposed to do about it? I believe Impa has gone to the Shadow Temple to seal it again, but she will be in danger without any help. Oh, so that's my job, huh? My dude, Impa is one of the 6 sages. Destroy the evil shadow spirit and save Impa. There is an entrance to the Shadow Temple beneath the graveyard behind this village. The only thing I can do for you is teach you the melody that will lead you to the Shadow Temple. Okay. This is the melody that will draw you to the infinite darkness that absorbs even time. Listen to this, Nocturne of Shadow! Are you screaming at me? Nice butt, Sheik. You have learned the Nocturne of Shadow. Neat. Let me take care of the village. I'm counting on you, my dude. Where are you going? How do you do this? I don't understand. Intruder cat is purring. Aww. What's up, Future? How's it going today? I'm gonna go because this is the next thing happening in my playthrough. It's more fun if I forget a little. Well, thanks for stopping by. Thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. And good luck with your playthrough as well. Good old butt cheek Sheik. That's what they call him. Oops. Go backwards. What are you, dumb? What is wrong with you? My favorite Ocarina song? That's a good question. This is actually a good question. The layer of fire is yours. I don't know what mine is. Never really thought about that much. I don't know. I don't even know what to pick. You like Nocturne the best? Has called Link dumb a billion of times. What are you, dumb? Well, you know how it is. My sword is so short. The booties. So it's a good size. See if we can do this. Wait, where am I? No! I didn't want to do that. Trying to show you guys something here. Also, I guess another thing that I can show you if... I mean, it might not work. But I can try. 2 of your 4 races scheduled? Nice. Who's in your group? This is very difficult to do, but I would like to try and show it off. You could roast mustard. Sakali? Jolito? I don't even know them. If you perfectly touch a your Deku stick, the tip of your Deku stick to a butterfly, it'll turn into a fairy. If you were unaware of that, it is quite time consuming to do. Sakali will have Finnish world record. Who have you scheduled with already? Ikaros and Sakali. Back from meeting-a-thon. Welcome back, November. What did you miss? Well, we finished the water temple. And we're moving on to... well, right now, some side quests, I suppose. Let's see. Going to stand right there. Oh, I didn't pick it up. Might have jumped a little bit early there. Oh, you do always have to explode these? I thought they stayed exploded. Well, screw that then. There we go, I think I got it. So, we got the gold scatula, and if we did things right... he's still there. He's still there. So you can farm as many as you want from this one if you keep doing it. We're obviously not going to be doing that. But yeah, infinite tokens is right. That's correct. I will get 1 extra just for fun. So we'll end with 101 instead of 100. But yeah, that's that little neat trick that you can do. More like Skullfula. Got him. Yeah, throw me out. That's really cool. Yeah, that's always a fun trick. I usually, if I'm doing 100% playthrough, I typically will end my file with 101 Skulltulas, just for fun. Oh, yeah, I can't get out. Why are you freaking out, Link? Why does he do this? It's so frustrating. Some frogs are looking at you from underwater. Are they? Are they really? Yo, Jedi. Thanks so much for the raid, man. I appreciate it. What's up, Spunky Cat? What's up, Zelm? Katie Cat, welcome back. Good to see you. Jedi, I hope your stream went well. What were you playing today? Thanks so much for the raid. Can I get a shout out for Jedi, please? Young lad, you play the ocarina well. That melody is so fine, ribbit. We should all practice it, ribbit. Got some new decks the other day. Thought about your collection. Ooh, what kind of decks did you get? Take rupees as a souvenir. Minty, welcome in. Good to see you. How are you doing? If you come up with another nice melody, please drop by and play it, ribbit, ribbit. Alright, I'll get you a shout out here. I've got no mods on duty. Please go follow Jedi if you guys aren't already. Oh, thank you, Health. How was your stream, Jedi? How are you doing today? You're good, Minty? I'm glad to hear that. I'm hanging in there. Bicycle specialty, some Star Wars and space ones. Ooh, space. Love space. Nope. I was typing. Doing good, stream was fine. Still doing Ishin, however that's pronounced. You enjoying it? He just says the same thing. Loving Ishin? Ishin? I don't know how to pronounce it. Series formerly known as Yakuza. What do I have here? Saria song. And Sun song. Ishin? I play the ocarina well. by Yakuza 0. I don't know what these things are. I know I have the Song of Storms, and what else am I missing? Oh, Song of Time. Yakuza is my favorite game series by far, no kidding. Hope everybody is doing well today. Welcome in. Continuing some Triforce Tuesday. Fun, 100%ing all main series Zelda games. Obviously, we are currently in Ocarina of Time. We're currently on week 10 of Triforce Tuesday. Singing in the rain, oh what a feeling, Ribbit. Please take this as a token of our froggish gratitude, Ribbit. Alright, see you, Ribbit. Hooray! Look at us, we're all huge frogs. We are the world-famous, fabulous 5 froggish tenors, Ribbit. Make us jump so we can eat the bugs flying above us, Ribbit. Okay, then ready, set, go. Well, good start. Excuse me. The eyes are unsettling. Ah, shoot. I will wait. Thank you, Health, for the 100.
Peach kept asking Link questions, yet Link continued to not respond. Was Meech aware that Link was actually a video game character that he was controlling, a silent protagonist, and that Link didn't even speak to other characters in the game, but Meech seemed determined to get answers, and he kept pressing Link for information.
That's what I do. Really need to play Yakuza 0. People are always talking about it. I've never even heard of it. Saw a question earlier while working. My answer is Song of Storms. I feel so ashamed it took me so long to find the series. I started with like a dragon. I've been going through the rest of them. Alright. This is the run. Oh, come on. November, thank you for the 100 as well.
All hail King Tippy.
All going to the Four Swords Adventures playthrough. Ah, this is the worst. You have to do it so quickly. So sometimes when you're hearing those dings, I'm not actually hitting the wrong notes. I'm just not doing it fast enough, even if my note registers. It's so hard with this controller. Nope, that's wrong. How many voices are there? What do you mean? Like, how many notes can I hit? Oh, how many voices? Oh, for TTS? Exclamation TTS. Oh, come on! It was the last one! I'm gonna cry. This is so difficult with this controller. I need C buttons. I've gotten to the last note twice now, and it's not taking it. Finally. Yes, I will take it. Thank you. Holy. At least they're cute. Annoyingly cute. What the hell is this song again? Ooh. Oops. Question mark? Hello, friend. Remember me somehow? Oop. There goes the water. Link ruining everything like a good boy. "21 voices. Thanks for checking, Future. Those are just the ones that I elected to have. Let's check out what's down here. Stanley Parable was a good choice. Never actually played it. What do you have to say? I can hear the spirits whispering in this room. Look for the eye of truth. That's what they are saying. Creepy. Good game, perfect for casual Friday. Big Bubble. What? What do you say, Navi? The water flowing out of the statue is flooding the entire floor. Oh, that's not my ocarina at all. What's up, Shadow? How you doing? 8? What? What are you doing? What is actually happening right now? Stop. Why is this an issue? I don't know what's actually happening. But now you're dead. I don't know what 8 means. Hope you're doing well, Shadow. Love the demo was separate from the game. 8? 8 what? Why are we saying 8? I don't get it. Eight what? What is 8? LOL is not an answer. Oh, a reference I don't understand. Fantastic. Oh, I disagree. No, I disagree. Oh, come on. You found the lens of truth. Mysterious things are hidden everywhere. Be sure to try to use it outside of the well. Seeing the truth will cost magic power, so make sure you don't keep using it. Cool, I needed that. Watch for the shadows of Mashazat hanging from the ceiling. I will do just that. That's not what I wanted. So what am I? What? Oh, I did not mean to do that. Go away. Yeah, what's up, Jimmy? Good to see you. Hope you're doing well. Leave me alone. Doing massive. Oh my goodness. Just leave me alone, please. Glad to hear that you are doing massive. Always good to see you. I'll leave you alone. Why? What did I do? What? What is happening? Or- What do you mean? My shield? That's so lame. Oh, I was telling, I was telling the spider, leave me alone. My bad. My goodness. Link, relax. What's up, Caddy? Link didn't eat his Wheaties today. Thank you, Caddy, for the gift sub to Jimmy, which apparently does not want to show up on stream for reasons. Thank you so much. That will get a Pokemon card opening. And also going towards the Nintendo Gallery, which, yeah, it didn't look like it went up. I think we were at 53 before. Let me manually do that. Sorry about that. Don't know why it didn't show up. But sometimes it just does that for no apparent reason whatsoever, which is really cool. There we go. Fixed. I'm sorry about that. Thank you again, Caddy. Much appreciated. Remember that all subs and bits go towards Triforce Tuesday incentives, and all gift subs get Pokemon card openings, if you were into that. Thank you, Caddy, for the lurk. The counter down here should hopefully automatically go up. It just might take a couple minutes. Leave me alone! Not you, Jimmy, this guy. Oh, right. Okay. Oh, I don't have a shield anymore, I forgot. Got my shield back, and I won't equip it until after this, so that I don't lose it again. No, Link, you dummy. What's up, Nico? You did miss the water temple. I'll never forgive you for it. It's like you don't even care. Me neither. Me too. Water temple's great. Get away from me. How's the game treating me? Not too bad. Not too bad at all. Going pretty good today. What's up, Vincent? How you doing, man? Good to see you. You're doing well today. Except for that Skulltula in particular who hates me. That is not exactly what I meant to do. As you can imagine. I tried to... Oh, it's... Shoot, I don't have my shield equipped. It's messing with me. There we go, that should do it. No more chests. No more keys. Should be good to go. Excuse me, I'm walking here. Excuse me, sir. I need to get past you. Alright, you're a jerk. I get it. This fight is not going how I thought it would go. Goodness me. Shoo-doo-doo-doo-doo. Who are you? Hey, can I play your game? Open the chest and surprise, you find a key inside, you'll be able to advance left or right, try your luck. 10 rupees to play, do you want to try it? I got a door key, and that means I can go in this door. I'm a genius. Door key. No cheating? No, cheating. Left every time. I have done this once, without the lens of truth. Ooh, was right this time. Cheater, cheater, pants on fire. I've done it a single time. Fire. Do I really want what's inside here? Let's see. Oh. Cool. Shoo-doo-doo-doo. Pizza Heart. Oh, thanks, Health. Now I want pizza. Way to go. It's all Hell's fault. What kind of person makes me want pizza right before lunchtime when I have no access to pizza? Health is a pizza crap. Time to get pizza, but I don't have access to pizza, Ash. Ash, can you order me pizza? What is your favorite pizza place, Ash, by you? Pizza, pasta, put it in a box. Do I live in the wild? No, I mean it's like, it's too late for me. It's too late for me to order pizza right now before lunchtime. That's what I mean. I have access to, yeah, off the grid pizza. Shut up. Local places kind of suck. I'm just curious, like, what your go-to is in the area. Easier access to pizza and free healthcare for everyone. Oh man, you get Domino's? I think we did talk about this before because I roasted you for it. No, Link, what are you doing? Oh, you dummy. Ow. I want to be a kid again. Yeah. Yeah, true. I didn't know what your go-to place was. Do you have a Boston Pizza near you? I don't remember. I mean, obviously I don't know exactly what area you're in, but I don't remember there being a Boston Pizza in that general vicinity when I was up there. Boston Pizza. Shut up. Oh, there is one? No, yeah, that's what I meant, because, like, I just couldn't remember, like, your area specifically. I know it's Canadian. We don't really have them down here. I think there's a couple in, like, northern, like, upstate New York, but I've never been to one in the States. Look at all these pretty torches. This is one of the very few places in the game where Din's Fire is actually required. Yeah, we just have pizza that's from Boston. Now, Boston pizza's pretty good. I like Boston pizza. At least I used to. It's been a while since I've had it, but the shadow will yield only to the one with the Eye of Truth, handed down in Kakariko Village. It's almost like I have access to that. Here it is. Kind of looks like that tattoo I've got on my... Kind of looks like the Sheikah symbol. It's fine, but I prefer the other stuff on their menu. Honestly, Ash, I don't think I have ever gotten not pizza from Boston Pizza. I don't think I've ever done that. Now that I think about that. What's up, Rocket? How you doing, man? Good to see you. Hope you've been well. You work next door to one, do you really? Happy Triforce Tuesday to you too. Hope your weekend was good. I know I didn't really see you guys for a while. Ooh, one who gains the Eye of Truth will be able to see what is hidden in the darkness. You mean like this? You think that's what he means? Shadow Temple. Here is gathered Hyrule's bloody history of greed and hatred. Oh no. Dead. Also dead. Where are you, buddy? There you are. Oh my gosh, hello! Found him! Brew? Not boo, brew. Ooh, arrows. I haven't seen arrows in a while. That was a Steve Brule thing. For your wine. Shadow Temple. Yeah, we've talked about this. What is hidden in the darkness? Tricks full of ill will. You can't see the way forward. You mean like this? One who gains the Eye of Truth will be able to see blah 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 blah. Amazing. Oh no! Not this jerk again. So, what I tried to do here is a jump attack at the same time the hands grab you, which I only got the first time, I think, in the last one. But, it prevents you from... Oh my gosh, hello? Go away. Please leave me alone. Alright. I'll try to demonstrate it here. There we go. So it grabs you, but also not really. The handler too. The dead handler too. You got the hover boots. With these mysterious boots, you can hover above ground. The downside, no traction. Ice physics. You can even use these to walk for short periods where there is no solid ground. Be brave and trust in the boots. Don't tell me what to do. If you ever see me spamming this, the way I'm spamming it, the reason I do that is because it uses no magic. If you just quickly spam the button, it doesn't actually use any magic up. So that's why I tend to do that. If you're curious as to why I'm constantly doing that. There's a snake in my hover boot. The alternative is sent into the deep darkness. Ooh, spooky. Which one was it? That one? That one. Shigadoogadoogadoo. But how do I get across, guys? What? Why didn't that throw? He just placed it down. So Navi goes green here. Sometimes you can play certain songs to have a fairy appear. I think sometimes it's the Song of Storms, sometimes it's Epona's song. I can't remember all of them. Sometimes it's a Sun song, I think, which I'm going to be playing here, which is why I remembered just now, but yeah, so if Navi just goes green randomly, sometimes that's the reason why. Yay, we got the compass. Now I can see where I am. Fall Guys room? No, I disagree. Leave me alone, BMO. Leave me alone. Come out. I see you. How did I forget about two of them? Not just one, but two. That one I knew, I was just trying to get past it quickly. Watch for the shadows of the monsters that hang from the ceiling. Don't tell me what to do. Why don't you watch? Idiot. Maybe you're in the ceiling. Let's see if I can show you guys one of these. We'll see. There we go. It was a Song of Storms. And then this weird looking fairy that you can't actually catch in a bottle appears. Hey, get back here. I don't know if I knew that. Well, now you do. Oh, thanks for the lurk health. Oh, in response to... Yeah, that makes sense. Ah. Why does Link keep setting the bombs down? Really, Link? Really, Link? You can do this. I believe in you. You watching B movie, Gecko? I already have yet to actually completely watch that movie. We can do a watch party of it. We gotta figure out. Caddy was talking about a, like a, speed or gaming thing or something like that on, yeah, Mean Girls too, on Netflix. That we might have to watch. Ooh, I'm rich. You know what? I don't even know what this sign says, to be completely honest with you. Only one with the Eye of Truth will find the stone umbrella that protects against the rain of blades. Right, so I didn't even do it, but you pull the... There's a hole here and it shows you the block. I just pulled it out. I wasn't even thinking about using my Lens of Truth. Mean Girls, too. I love how Caddy's name comes from Mean Girls. I think Caddy and Katie. Every single time I see it come up. Ouch. Thanks for the unlurk. Gecko, welcome back. Done my zooms for the morning. Nice. Gotta love it. I'm hoping I can finish this temple before we break. Pog! What a gamer. Morning E! Trying to monkey up the morning. Oh, get off the spikes. Not quite long enough. What? Where did you come from? Hi, buddy. Nice throw. Nice throw. Did I get it? I think I got it. Come on, Link, you can do it. He's just sitting there. I'm impressed to find out that Nintendo Switch Online is using a stock NTSC 1.2 ROM for this. Why? Yeah, why is that impressive to you? I'm a bit curious as well. Any of the tweaks, etc., are in the emulator engine versus the ROM. Tweaks? Oh no, I'm done. Running at a higher resolution? I suppose it is. Upraising a emulator versus pushing a new larger ROM. Free fairy. Free fairy. Okay, maybe not. There we go. Free fairy for freeing the fairy. So this, I think, gives me a hint of what I'm supposed to do, since this is kind of like a dead end. Here I can hear the spirits whispering in this room. Those who have sacred feet should let the wind guide them. Then they will be led to the hidden path. That's what they're saying! He's so happy about that. Any Pokemon with more straight lines than curves and not Porygon? What? What about those with stinky feet? That I don't know. I am unsure. Alright. I'm going to take a very, very quick bathroom break. Hang tight. I'll be right back and then we'll finish up here. Okay, I'm sorry about that. I could not hold it. Thank you, Gecko, for the water break. Let's continue. Isn't that cruel to re-water you seconds after you need to go? No, actually, no, I appreciate it. As some of you are aware that I have kidney issues, and I need to stay hydrated as much as possible, so despite the bathroom breaks, it's good. It's good for you guys to keep me in check. Is that really not low enough? I'm pretty much supposed to stay hydrated, like, I mean, everybody's obviously supposed to stay hydrated all the time, but I really do have to stay hydrated, I guess, more than the average person. I don't think this counts. So yeah, it's, sometimes I forget while I'm streaming. Oh, it does count, okay. I was perhaps the quickest Stalfos kill I've ever done. Where's the other one? I thought it was 1 then 2. Maybe it's just 1 then 1. The ship is sinking. Why is my aim so bad? Aim Link! Goodness me. Thunk. Lunk. The ship's gone. I'm so lazy I don't even take off the hover boots. I just leave them on. This is not going well. How many? Alright, you know what? See you later. I still get hit. Oh, are you kidding? There we go. Went to a work excuse me. I went to a work event for my wife the other day. One of her marketing co-workers had a fresh 3 pixelized hearts tattoo. Nice. I've seen quite a few people get that. I like that tattoo. I have plans for a sleeve on my left side, and it's going to contain a lot of stuff, but it's also going to have some video game things that are, you know, important to me, things that I enjoy and that have had some effect on my life. He's officially the coolest person at work. mean, obviously I already have one Zelda tattoo. Perhaps I should just bite the bullet and take the boots off at this point. There's not a lot of sense in me going through this. Ow. What? Hey, Nat. Good to see you. How are you? How are you feeling today? Super tired. I'm sorry to hear. Is there anything else, any other underlying symptoms or anything? I'm about the same as I've been the past few days or couple days or so. I'm far better than I was on Thursday in terms of, you know, feeling lightheaded and like that I was dizzy and everything like that. My ear still feels like crap. It still feels like it's clogged and unnatural and funky, and I don't like that, but it is what it is. I certainly hope that you can find some relief very soon. Still a bit congested, tired and foggy brain. Well, again, I genuinely hope that everything clears up sooner rather than later. You too, Nat. Thank you so much. Hopefully everybody starts feeling better. Have you managed to find your puzzle piece yet? Yeah, everyone feel better. Maybe next week is the week where everyone is healthy again. Let's hope so. Let's hope so. That would be fantastic. So I suppose I can actually just do it and show it off, but this isn't mandatory, but nope. You can make these time blocks up here, as well as, I believe this is the Scarecrow song. Yep. So you can get some extra recovery hearts just from doing that. Neat little trick. I'm almost 2/3 through and I cannot locate that piece. I think it's gone forever. Oh man, that's not good. That's not good. I really hope you're able to find it. Hopefully it'll turn up. Alright, I guess we're falling down. We're ready to go, apparently. Just want to have that full satisfaction. Maybe we can 3D print you a matching puzzle piece. I don't know. I guess it's possible that it was not included. It's possible that it was dropped at some point, but hopefully it'll turn up. Let's see if I can do this the way I used to be able to. No, apparently I'm starting off very badly here because I couldn't even find the stupid hand. Ah, I didn't get it all. There we go. Boingo boingo. Mash some chewed gum in there. I guess I could draw my own. That would be kind of cute, actually. That murdering this boss, but he was only a lad. Gamering, what's up, Roop? How are you doing today? My favorite boss. I like Bongo Bongo. Somebody in chat, I don't remember who, was saying that they didn't like Bongo Bongo. I was trying to one-shot it, but I screwed everything up. I was trying to show off for you guys. I couldn't one-shot Goma. That was a disaster. I did one-shot Morpha. Oh gosh, who's in Roop's group? The Roop group. Who's in the Roop group? Chamber of Sages. Roop Troop. Everyone good? Maiba, Mitch, Jacoby, however you pronounce his name. I think it's Jacoby. The boy with the noble Zelda's Ocarina. As I expected, you have come. I am Impa, one of the Sheikah. I am Princess Zelda's caretaker, and I am also the sage who guards the Shadow Temple. We Sheikah have served the royalty of Hyrule from generation to generation as attendants. However, on that day, 7 years ago, Ganondorf suddenly attacked, and Hyrule Castle surrendered after a short time. Ganondorf's target was one of the keys to the Sacred Realm, the hidden treasure of the royal family, the Ocarina of Time. My duty bound me to take Zelda out of Ganondorf's reach. When I last saw you, as we made our escape from the castle, you were just a lad. Now I see you have become a fine hero. That's right. I'm a big boy. There's nothing to worry about. The princess is safe now. That's what you think. Soon, you'll meet Princess Zelda face to face and she will explain everything. That is when we, the 6 wise ones, will seal up the evil king and return peace to Hyrule. Great. I have to say here, you go to Princess Zelda's side and protect her on my behalf. Now I put my power, which should be helpful to you, in this medallion. Another medallion! Pog! Let's go. I'm loaded with medallions. You receive the Shadow Medallion. Impa awakens as the sage and adds her power to yours. Fantastic. Please look out for the princess. No! You! You do it. Alright, ladies and gentlemen. It's going to be a good place for me to take a break here. And then, of course, we'll continue as soon as I get back. Moving onwards and upwards. Kind, I screwed up. No. Kind is good. Kind makes me happy. Thank you, everybody. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Oh, boy. Oh, I wanted to ask Group if he ended up finishing the e-reader levels yesterday. Oh, there you are. You did. Well done, man. GG's. I feel like I caught a good chunk of it, but I don't know how much longer it took you from the time I ended up falling asleep. Kind makes me happy. Stream sponsored by Kind. Hashtag ad. It's funny, Root. My brother was also yesterday streaming the SMB3 e-reader levels as well. Earlier in the day. They're pretty funny. I was about to, that was my next question, ask you if you enjoyed them. The e-reader levels are holy moly. Curious where the water level in that SMB3... Where the water level is in the SMB3 level, same as NES or same as SNES All-Stars? What do you mean, Gecko? I'm a bit confused by that. Oh, 4-4? Wait, 4-4 is different between NES and SNES? What don't I know about this? Teach me. Oh, the water height in 4-4 is different? It's lower in All-Stars? Is that right? So that makes it you can't do the Lakitu deal? Is that what happens? Am I thinking of the right thing? Oh, you can do it. Huh. Oh, it's a different strat. You can still do it, it's just different. Okay. Well, that's interesting. Honestly, I think it's a lot easier, really. Big jump. Big Epona jump. Kind of trivia I pick up from watching you guys play. Yeah, I don't think I knew about that. I mean, obviously I didn't know about that. No, don't. Ah, goodness. Oh, wow. I, like, just made it. How many tokens am I at, actually? You start on dry ground in All-Stars. So I just jump at the seam in one of the big blocks, and I land on the Lakitu. That does sound easier. That does genuinely sound easier. I'm at 88. Oh, but there's still another one out here, so I'm gonna need to play the Sun Song again, right? I think. Isn't there one back here? Climate change 4-4? I believe there's another one back here. Also, I'm not actually at 88, I'm at 87. Not 88. It's a... We have a Fool's Gold Scatula. You know what I mean? There's one back here, right? Oh, yep. I'd rather the climate change be for 7.4. Don't you talk bad about 7.4 in my stream. I don't even know what this is. Is it, yeah, it's, okay. It's just business scrubs. That's why there's another grotto that I never ever go down. Let's talk to homie over here. I am a master craftsman. Those Gerudo thieves, they broke the bridge. I want to fix it, but all of my workers are gone. They said working as carpenters isn't cool, and they went to the Gerudo's fortress to become thieves. Hey you, if you're going to the fortress, would you mind finding out what my workers are doing over there? I guess I'll run your errands for you. 7.4 is the best underwater autoscroller in the non-beta release of the game. That's better, Rube. Bad mouthing Atlantis. I genuinely... Like, I know it's a bit of a meme. It's mostly just a meme with health. I'll do it outside of Health's channel, too. But I genuinely do actually like 7.4 as a level. Especially the All-Stars version. Shots fired. I love side quests that are just something a person could absolutely do themselves. One of my favorite... It's not... I guess it's not really a side quest, but it's something that you kind of have to do in Zelda 2, Ashley. Is that there's a woman that you talk to in one of the towns, and she's like, I need water. She comes like out of her house, and she's like, I need water. Can you get me water? And then you go to the left, not even a screen. You don't even go a screen to the left. You just go to the left. And there's a water fountain there, and you just press A on it. It's like, you got water. And it's like, okay, you couldn't just walk slightly to the left and get that for yourself? It's so silly. Stupid kid, get in there and keep quiet. How do I get out of here? I'm stuck in jail. Why is there nobody else in here? Ah! Hey you, young man, over there. Look over here inside the cell. Hey, how come you get a nice... I was just thrown in like some weird dungeon. You at least have like a jail cell proper. I have no idea where you come from. But you must have a lot of guts to make it past all the guards around here. All I did was just like walk in. All my fellow carpenters are imprisoned somewhere in here. If you can get us out of here, we'll repay the favor somehow. But be careful. There's sure to be Gerudo guards somewhere around here. Woo, watch out! Can you please... Link! Goodness me. Easy game. You found a small key. Later. Oh no, I've been captured. Better jump out this window and scream as loud as I can on the way down. Yo, RGB, what's up, man? Good to see you. I hope you're doing well. Ladies everywhere in this clown. Hey, listen, lock on. Lunch break is almost over. Good luck with Zelda. Thank you so much, Ashley. It's good to see you. Thanks for the lurk. I appreciate that. Monkey. Did you come here to save me? Oh, that's just swell. I am Ichiro, the carpenter. We were really interested in joining their all-female group, but they locked us up just like that because we're men. We don't care about the Gerudo anymore. They're so rude. 3 of my fellows have also been captured, so please help them escape too. Alright, fine. Doing great. Mostly working and lurking. I appreciate it, RGB. Thank you so much. I'm glad you're doing great. That is excellent news. So, thing is... Let's see something here. Boxes in this game remind me a little of SM64. The KG boxes? The cell? The jail cell? Is that what you mean? Remind you of SM64? I'm sorry you went to join an all-female group with no combat skills or training and thought, yeah, I'm a white Hylian male. They'll totally let me join. White privilege, right? I can't see anything. I don't think I can reach her. You see how fit they were? That dude had a gut and he's trying to not die. Wish I had the stone mask. Oh, spoilers. Hey you, young man, over there. Look inside the cell. Same spiel. Same spiel, I'm not reading it every time. To be fair, you're more breaking into their facility rather than trying to join their group. Well, they were trying to join the group. The carpenters were trying to join the Gerudo thieves. But yeah, you're still right. They're still breaking in regardless. I'm definitely breaking in. So they actually have an attack in which, if they wind up... so that actually didn't do anything. I don't know in which version... Perhaps it doesn't work in this version? But the Gerudo will actually change their clothes based on what color tunic you're wearing. I don't remember what I was saying before that, honestly. I completely lost my train of thought. That makes more sense, yeah. Yeah, these dummies were trying to join the thieves. You're a cute kid. Thank you for coming to save me. I'm Jiro the carpenter. These women are so scary, I'd rather work as a carpenter than join them. Oh, I remember what I was saying. I can't wait to say goodbye to this place. 2 of my buddies are still being held prisoner. Will you please get them out too? What I was saying is the Gerudo, the women have an attack in which they wind up, and if it hits you, it'll actually send you back to jail, so you have to be a bit cautious of that. And again, the same spiel from this guy. Be careful, there's sure to be a Gerudo guard somewhere around here. Sorry, lady. What's up, dude? How you doing today? Thanks, boy. You're fantastic. I'm Saburu the carpenter. Have you seen our boss, boy? He's probably worried about me. I have to get back to him immediately. One more of our workers is still a prisoner. Save him. I have a very high opinion of their of themselves with chances of that happening. I like how you can't get to this room any other way. Don't worry, the arrows are non-lethal. You know what I mean? It's all good. Same spiel from this guy. You're so easily defeated. I was afraid you were going to forget about me. Now I'm free, thanks. I'm Shiro the carpenter. For rescuing me, I'll tell you something interesting about the desert that I overheard the Gerudos talking about. They said, in order to cross the haunted wasteland, you'll need the Eye of Truth. The Colossus is on the far side of the wasteland. Okay, now I'm going back to my tent near Gerudo Valley, so drop by sometime. You may find something helpful there. Bye! You know who has a lot of guts? You guys for thinking you had any chance of even being so low as an intern for a group of highly deadly assassins. I've seen your fine work. To get past the guards here, you must have good thieving skills. Is that the same thing? I used to think that all men besides the great Ganondorf were useless, but now that I've seen you, I don't think so anymore. Wow, thanks. The exalted Niburu, our leader, put me in charge of this fortress. Niburu is the second in command to the great Ganondorf, king of the Gerudo thieves. Her headquarters are in the Spirit Temple, which is at the end of the desert. Say, you must want to become one of us, eh? Alright then. You're in from now on. Wow, nice, I can't read. Take this. With it, you'll have the free access to all the areas in the fortress. Cool. You obtain Gerudo's membership card. You can get into Gerudo's training grounds in their hideout. Neat. I mean, thanks. You okay? Membership card, Bog. It's true, I am. What did I miss? I don't remember, I'm sorry. That was like 2 minutes ago, I have no idea. Alright, now comes a not very fun part. Just because of the controls, it's going to be a bit of a pain. Maybe we can first try it, maybe not, we'll see. Where are you, Epona? Are you still down there? There you are. Hi. Stupid horse can't even use stairs. Yeah, thanks, Elf. I don't think it's gonna be very fun. Maybe I should have made the prediction of how many times it would take me to get the heart piece. Nummies! What's up, man? How are you? Good to see you. Hope you've been doing well. Where my horse? Hello, horsey. Actually, the heart piece is the first reward. It's the quiver that's a pain in the butt. Right? Or is it quiver then heart piece? I don't remember. I'm good, been a rough few weeks. That's not a conversation for here. Well, feel free to reach out to me if you need anything, nummies. I totally understand. Hey, newcomer. You have a fine horse. Thanks. I don't know where you stole it from, but... okay. How about challenging this horseback archery? I guess. Let's... any guesses on how many times it'll take me to get the quiver? Or the heart piece? You get the... I believe you get the heart piece first. Once the horse starts... You have to do it twice. Thank you for the lurk. Just want to say have fun in Zelda. Thank you so much. Good luck at work. Yeah, she just assumed I stole it. Several meetings coming up. I might be back later. Good luck on your meetings, Mega. Thank you for the water break, nummies. 4th try for the quiver? Okay. That's I think that's pretty optimistic, actually. Yep, score 1,000 points, which I believe is the heart piece. Yeah, let's do it. Let's see how much money I can waste on this stupid task. Let's see if I've still got it. This is warm-up run. Boy, this is tough, I'll tell you that. Oh man, the controls are so sensitive. Ah! Oh, I ran out of... Oh no! Alright. That was the warm-up run. The controls are very, very sensitive. This is pretty tough. No. I mean, 1,400. So if I can do 1,400, surely I can do 1,500, right? Fantastic, you are a true master. I will give this to you. Keep improving yourself. Alright. So 4th try overall health is what I assume you meant, which means I get 2 more tries. 4th try from after getting the harp piece gives me a little extra leeway. Alright, let's do it. Overall, okay. 2 more tries. See if I can make health proud. Nope. Oh, this is really bad. Oh, 30? I have to hit everything at 100. I can't miss any shots. Well, there we go. Missed one. Dang it. Missed a couple there. It's because of those pots. The pots are, what's the word? Well, they're super helpful. What's up, Tremaine? Thanks so much for the good luck, man. I hope you're doing well today. It's good to see you. Oh, 60? I disagree. That looked like 100 to me. Another 60! Another! My legacy. What do you mean? I got the 1,500. What a gamer. Well, Health, you were right. 4 tries. I'll be darned. This quiver is very important to me. I want you to have it. Take good care of it, okay? Thanks, Ash. Nobody ever does it anymore. Thanks for the GG's, November and Gecko. We got the biggest quiver. The biggest quiver. Such good music. Epona? Is there an I disagree? Not yet. There could be one. We could arrange that. Excuse me, ma'am. Hey, rookie. Are you going into the desert? I'll open this gate for you, but you can't cross the desert unless you pass the 2 trials. First trial is the River of Sand. You can't walk across this river. After you cross it, follow the flags placed there. The second trial is the Phantom Guide. Ooh. 10,000 more bits and we each will make a disagree. That's right. Those without eyes can see the truth. Will only find themselves returning here. I wonder what that could mean. You were going anyway, aren't you? I won't stop you. Go ahead. Nice rupee count. Oh, is that at 420? Yeah. If I spent 60, yeah. I mean 80. 60. What a dingus. Come on, Link. Come on, you big dumb. Ah. Bye, Epona. Let's see what it says. If you chase a mirage, the desert will swallow you. Only one path is true. Neat. All those reckless enough to venture into the desert, please drop by our shop. Carpet Merchant. Do you guys want to see the Carpet Merchant? You use your hover boots to go over there, and I believe he sells you like bomb juice and stuff. So she told us to follow the flags. Remember? That was the first trial. It's a windy desert. I don't think I ever talked to the Carpet Merchant. Do you want me to? I can show you. It's been a long time since I've actually gone over there, but this guy needs to like have one of those rug cleaning YouTube channels. And on that carpet, because it's constant sandstorm, it needs to be clean. That's true. It is true. I guess I can show off the fire arrows. I haven't done that yet. If it's a constant sandstorm, it'll never be clean. You have to want to believe, health. Oh no, I've ruined the rupee count. What a loser. I think this is 50 rupees though. Yep. $69. Darude. What does it say, Navi? What does it say? One with the eye of truth shall be guided to the spirit temple by an inviting ghost. Ooh, an inviting ghost. Oh, hello. I'll be your guide on your way, but coming back I won't play. I'll show you the only way to go. Follow me and I won't be slow. Oh no, I've lost them. What are you doing? What are you actually doing? Takes you in a bit of an annoying circle before actually going to the objective. Apologies for the spamming of the lens, but I'm just trying not to waste magic. Come on, let's go. Forward march. Thanks, homie. A few places here with those LEDs and they're noticeably purple. We have those new LED street lights in Winnipeg. And they can't take the cold, so they start turning into purple strobe lights. I have not noticed that. Ouch. Nice feature. Well, nothing to do here. Let's leave. Oh my gosh, what's happening? Past, present, future. The Master Sword is a ship with which you can sail upstream and downstream through time's river. Oh yeah, you're so... What's the word I'm looking for? Profound. The port for that ship is in the Temple of Time. Yeah, I know. To restore the Desert Colossus and enter the Spirit Temple, you must travel back through time's flow. Okay. Listen to this Requiem of Spirit. The melody will lead a child back to the desert. Okay. Sounds good. Shoo doo 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 doo. Oh my gosh, it's the owl. I remember you. What's up, dude? Have you been watching me this whole time? I love your movies. But how many licks does it take to get to the center of a Tootsie Pop? You've learned the Requiem of Spirit. And now she can sand. Aw, man. What? Yeah, I guess. That's not what I was trying to do, though. Doo-doo-doo-doo, doo-doo-doo. Jerry Seinfeld. Let's warp to the Temple of Time! Alright, here's Time's River, or whatever the heck you said. Skip cutscene. Ugh. I'm a kid. God, that's really hard to do with the stupid trigger and everything. Yes, let's warp to the Desert Colossus. Let's do it! Ouch! Rude! Arrgh. Alright, guess I'm out of bugs. I don't think I need them anymore. I think this is the last one, so... I believe I know which to... soil patches. I completely did not know what I was saying there. I apologize. Which 2 soil patches that I didn't actually plant beans in. Soil it. What's up, lady? Link's Awakening main series? Yes. It is 4th in line. It was right before this. Welcome, my dude. I am the Great Fairy of Magic. Yep, you can see a list by clicking that link there of the ones that we've completed and the ones that are in the lineup. And give me a magic spell. Cool. You got Nehru's Love. Cast this to create a powerful barrier. This defensive magic you can use with C. I love defensive magic. Nehru's Love is an effect for only a limited time, so use it carefully. Okay. When battle has made you weary, please come back and see me. Just gonna show something off here. It's not mandatory at all, but neat little thing. As I get demolished by the levers here. And a Gui. No, not Sun Song. Ah, shoot. Yeah, now we forget we ever had that spell, exactly. Here we go. Whoa! It's also nighttime. Which I did not mean to make it nighttime. So I'll make it daytime so you can see it. I think I just got water. Oh, I did get fairy. Cool. I was like, would he hold it up if I got just water? So there's a little neat trick if you didn't know about that. It's the fairy oasis. I'm gonna equip my other shield because there is some fire in here. 2 years between Majora's Mask and Wind Waker. It is a little bit fast. I haven't seen you around, kid. What do you want? Nothing really. You have nothing to do? What good timing. Can you do me a favor, kid? Wait a second. I want to ask you first. You wouldn't happen to be one of Ganondorf's followers, would you? Oh, I hate Ganondorf. Uh-huh. You've got guts. I think I like you. First of all, let me introduce myself. I'm Nabooru of the Gerudo. I'm a lone wolf thief. But don't get me wrong. Though we're both thieves, I'm completely different from Ganondorf. With his followers, he stole from women and children, and even killed people. A kid like you may not know this, but the Gerudo race consists only of women. Only one man is born every 100 years. Even though our laws say that that lone male Gerudo must become king of the Gerudo, I'll never bow to such an evil man. By the way, what is your name, kid? My dude? What kind of name is that? Well, anyway, I want to ask you a favor. Will you go through this tiny hole and get a treasure that's inside? The treasure is the silver gauntlets. If you equip them, you can easily push and pull very heavy things. Holy moly, it's Kurt! What's up, man? Good to see you. Hope you're doing well. GG's on your tournament win. No, kid. Don't even think about this treasure, taking this treasure for yourself. The silver gauntlets won't fit a little kid like you if you try to equip them. I want you to be a good boy and give them to me. Ganondorf and his minions are using the Spirit Temple as a hideout. Only the silver gauntlets will allow me to sneak deep into the temple. Once there, I'm going to steal, all the treasure inside and mess up their plans. How about it? Will you do it? Yes. Thanks, kid. You and I, let's give Ganondorf and his followers a big surprise, shall we? If you can successfully get the silver gauntlets, I'll do something great for you. Oh, neat. Barely squeaked by, Bagel was gaming massive, you both were. It was a lot of fun to watch. Extremely easy and free. Yeah, Health may have been watching something different. No, it was a lot of fun. How you been, man? How's the new job treating you? Clearly sandbagging it to make it appear closer than it was. Nah, that was a lot of fun. That was some serious gamering. Job's really good. It's weird being busy all weekend long every week, but I'm enjoying it. Oh, you work weekends? I don't think I knew that. Leave me alone, leave me alone, leave me alone, leave me alone. Ah! These guys are so tedious as Child Link. Working Friday to Sunday now. Soon Friday to Monday. No work during the week at all, though? I mean, Friday, obviously, but you know what I mean. Oh, get out of my way. Visited my parents Monday to Thursday this week. So it's been nearly 2 weeks since I've had any time to myself. Well, hopefully the visit was nice. Are you kidding me? Link, please. Get out of my way! There we go, first try. Not a good visit for you? No, don't fall. Oh, you big dummy. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that if that's what you meant. Oh, it was good to see them. Okay. Good. I'm glad to hear that. So what you're supposed to do with that enemy is that it mimics you, it mimics your move, and if you hit the switch, it lights a fire, and you're supposed to go to the other end of the room and move the thing into the fire, but you can also just use Din's fire. Oh, no, not for me. It was in reference to the no work during the week. That's pretty cool. Kind of a nice schedule. But yeah, working weekends, of course, is not that fun, but it's nice to have that time off. +90% humidity in March. Yeah, that's never fun. Hey, get away from me. Where are you? Weren't you just here? Nice for the dog, since my wife travels during the week for work pretty often. Oh, really? Yeah, that's good. You get to be home with her. What else is new, man? I feel like I don't really ever see you too much. Send the 90s my way. Wouldn't mind getting rid of the snow. Man, we haven't gotten any snow all winter long. I want snow. Like, at least one snow. It's winter, you know? Like, come on. It's pretty lame. Pretty lame if you ask me. I want a little bit of snow. Haven't been on Twitch lately much in general. Well, I've missed you. Are you, did you join the SMB3 tourney, Kurt? Or did you just side against that? Shoop dooby doo. Cool. I love these little sun things in the game. See ya. Neat. Spirit Temple is so good. It is. You know what? It's pretty unique in that, well, I mean, I'm not saying too much about the game for anybody who hasn't actually seen it. I'm trying not to spoil anything as I play through here. But it's a pretty unique temple. I think, you know why. And I really like that about it. I like it. I like it a lot. I think it's a nice temple. We were talking, I started the day with the water temple today, which obviously is not much of a, crowd favorite, but I personally really like the water temple. And if I had to pick a favorite from this game, I think the forest temple is my favorite. There's a lot about the forest temple that I just really, really like. Yeah, see, I know it's not a lot of people's favorites, but I think it's a really good temple. Forest Temple spookier than the Shadow Temple? Yeah, it might be. One of my favorite things about the Forest Temple is the music, which is decidedly very eerie, and I love the sort of ambience that it gives. Forest, Shadow, Water, Fire, Spirit probably for me. Probably Forest, Water, Spirit, Fire, Shadow, I think for me. And again, a lot of that also has to do with the music as well. Did I really miss a torch already? Music can be a really important part to sort of gauging the feeling of an area. Oh, it's right there. And sort of capturing a certain mood. There we go. All that for pretty much nothing, but since we're 100%ing the game, we gotta do it. Oh, you know what? I actually thought that was a bomb chew chest. I didn't realize that was a key. So it is necessary. Sorry, Kurt. Did you join the SMB3 tourney, or are you just chilling with it? Oh, I ran right into that. Easy game. No sweat. Oh gosh. Was he Hank in this? It's been so long. I think he was Hank in this game. You did not? Fair enough. Hey, what's up, my dude? Surprised to see me? A long time in this world is almost nothing to you, is it? How mysterious. Even I thought that the tales of a boy who could travel back and forth through time was merely a legend, I tell you what. My dude, you have fully matured as an adult. I'm a kid. From now on, the future of all the people in Hyrule is on your shoulders, I tell you what. Maybe it's not my time anymore. Here's my last advice. 2 witches inhabit this temple. In order to destroy them, turn their own magic power against them. Hoot hoo. Do you want to hear what I said again? No, absolutely not. Thank you, though. I will continue to watch you. Hoo 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 hoot. Dig the music of the Spirit Temple. It's cool that you can do the temple as both young and adult Link. Yeah, I was trying to avoid saying that, but I mean it's going to be obvious soon enough, right? So, yeah, that's why I think it's super unique, and I like that. Oh no, is it buffering? It's buffering for you too. Let's wait a moment here. I think we're back. I think we're back now. Hopefully. Possibly. It looks good on my end. Hopefully everything looks and sounds good on your end as well. I will continue now. Thank you, Nat, for the welcome back. I apologize for that. Unfortunately, I have no control over that as much as I would like to. Thank you, Health. Alright. In any case, I forgive you. Wow, thanks, Future. You're so kind. We found the silver gauntlets. If you wore them, you would feel power in your arms. The power to lift big things. But these gauntlets won't fit a kid, plus you promised to give them to Nibiru. You should keep your word. Uh-oh. Where'd I go? What's happening? Oh no! What was that scream? Hey, where are you taking me? Huh? Yeah, let me go. Thank you, Ash. Thanks for letting me know. You fiends! Ganondorf's minions! My dude! Get out of here now! Oh no, Nibiru is gonna die. Dedge. Can I get some rip in the chat for Nibiru? These witches, they're using black magic on me. How do you know? How do you know what they're using? Thanks, guys. Before I continue, nope, not what I wanted to do, but thank you. Let's see. What's gonna get me the closest? I guess I have to. Okay. Don't forget to lift with your back in a jerking, twisting motion. I think that was from Family Guy. Lift with your back in a jerking, twisting motion. It was clearly purple magic, not black. So before I continue, I just want to plant these last two beans, which I did not plant yet, which I know is really, really stupid and completely unnecessary. But again, for the sake of it being 100%, I feel like I need to do that. It just feels incomplete if I've just got two beans just in my inventory and they're not planted, even though they make no difference at this point. And since we are Child Link, we'll just take advantage of that. In the meantime, what do you guys want to talk about? You guys read any good books lately? See any good movies? Eat any good foods? File any good taxes? Hit any good home runs? Yeah, there are no good taxes. Link, please. Hey. Oh, that message got held November. Got auto-modded. It was a great book. Brave of you to assume I can read. Ouch. The most unnecessary bean plant. Here we go. There, I've allowed it. What is that about? It's an interesting title for sure. It's a series. A series about... What? Leave me alone. And then the bean that I'm about to plant would have been super useful if I had planted it at the correct time. I thought I did, but apparently I never did. I think we saw that last week. Yeah, I believe it was last week where I was doing the big Goron Sword quest, and I just never planted this bean, which is really strange because I definitely thought I did. These posts sound booish? Yeah, they do. They do, actually. So we could have ridden this bean up to a very high point in the mountain during our big Goron Sword quest, but I was too dumb to have done that apparently. So now that that errand is out of the way, we will return to what we were doing previously. Is that in modern day magic? Magic is a real thing. Not something regular people know about. Some people are gifted with magic sorcerers. They can see magical spiritual world with elves, monsters, and other things. Super dangerous. Follows a guy who's poor and from Oklahoma. He's tracking down these really bad magical artifacts made by Warlock that hurt creatures from the magical world. Excuse me. That is quite a plot point. Hey look, I've got the silver gauntlets. I stole them. He's born estranged from his family because they thought he was crazy. They start seeing things and can't deny them anymore and call him. He goes to suburbia to help solve a magical mystery. Magical mystery tour. That could just be Midwest LARPing. No, the sun. Oh, was it? I was on the wrong one anyway. What a dummy. Go away. Phew! Excuse me, I'm so sorry. Thank you, future. Thank you, Elf. I found him! He's right there. Fun fact, like the the hell are they called? I'm trying to remember what the enemies in the Hyrule Field are called. So are they Stall Kids? I guess they're Stall Kids, right? Like the Stall Kids in Hyrule Field, which probably a lot of people know, that if you defeat enough of them, a giant one will appear. Same thing goes for these levers and the Gwei as well. In this area only. Well, I think you can get a giant Gwei to appear in Lon Lon Ranch. I think. I don't recall. Now I can push this giant block. Could have been still really well written, having me born from a similar area. It hits true. Well, that's good. I'm glad you enjoyed it, man. It doesn't sound like my cup of tea. I've talked before about how the sort of fantasy, magical kind of thing is not really my bag, but hey man, as long as you're enjoying it, that's what matters. You know what I mean? I don't want to go back to work. I want to take a food coma nap. What did you have for lunch slash food coma time? Most likely lunch, I would assume. Ah. I meant to do that. Oh, that's so cheap. I thought I thought you could do that. Mixture thing, shadow made rice, peas, sausage. You scoop it onto your plate with a big spoon. That sounds good. I mean, I don't eat meat, but if I did, and I liked sausage, you know, it still sounds good. You know what I mean. Sounds like you enjoyed it. Oh, I wasn't. I thought I had my shield out, but I was holding my sword. Oops. I love not having to climb. I love when you can just hook shot. Did I get all of them? I must have. I hate when Steam sends me emails about sales for games on my wish list. I gotta complete my backlog first. I have so many Steam games, it's unreal, and I've played maybe. I think if I push this one more, it gives me a wall master, and not even a fake chest. These are fake chests, but again, in the oh, I think one of them is a fake chest. Maybe the third one also gives me a fake chest. In the spirit of 100%ing the game, I still have to open those chests. Just past 1,000 Steam games. I'm glad you said Steam instead of Stream. I made a typo. That one I was able to figure out. A lot of them I'm unable to. Nummies! With the 3 months. Thank you so much, Nummies. I really appreciate that, man. 68! 68 out of 69. We're so close to the nice number. Thank you so much, Nummies. I really do appreciate that. Going towards that Nintendo Gallery completion. I got a little telescope bell thing. Yeah, it's the sea lily bell. My wish list is my front log. I get those emails all the time. I haven't bought a Steam game. I can't even tell you the last time I bought a Steam game, honestly. Oh, what did I do that for? What a dummy. Is there a hookshot target up there? I don't recall. Oh, there is, okay. Thank you again, Nummies. Things like Everdrive and Mini Genesis are also front log. Mini Genesis, huh? Stop moving around. Ah. Natalie, thank you so much for the gift sub to Kurt. Kurt, welcome back to the Meagery. 69 hoagies, Natalie. Getting in there with the meme numbers. I really, really appreciate that, Natalie. Thank you. That gets you a Pokemon pack, which I will pick out now, and we will open later, if that's okay with you. I gotta refill this thing. Another Pokemon Go. Natalie, thank you so much. Gift subs, get Pokemon packs, don't forget. We've had some, nice. We've had some good pulls today. Thank you so much, Natalie. I really do appreciate that. Welcome back, Kurt. About 500 Steam games went on my wish list where it's at. About 180 games I'd love to play. Thing is, like, I never play them, you know? I also want to point out that I love the fact that Kurt called this modern gaming, which I get. Like, I get why he said that. But I also just think it's funny because we are now so far removed from this era of games. Why don't you appear? Not sure if you can actually activate it from the hand, but it was worth a shot. This is where you're supposed to do it from. Come on, Link, you can do it. I mean, my dude. That should... You can see the gears turning, can't you? I think I missed a Skulltula somewhere. Recently. Very recently. Because I thought that was supposed to be my actual 99th one, and I was ahead because of the little joke I did, so... Yeah, I know there's an easy fix, but that doesn't count. Doesn't count. Back to the grind for another 4 hours. Good luck, future. I missed one, like, super recently. And I don't know which one I missed. Oh well, we might have to look at a guide and see what we can do. I'm pretty sure I missed that one. I'm almost positive that should be 99 on an actual playthrough. Pickle! Without fudging the numbers. Oh man. What did I miss? You got your new chair today? Let's go, Pickle. What did I miss? Oh no. It came broken? Are you being serious? Are you actually serious, Pickle? I hope not. Oh no! Oh, what do you mean? What's broken? One of the armrests can't be attached? How come? Yeah, that's horrible. I feel so bad. Oh, not the chair. That's super lame. Pickle has waited 50 million years for that chair. One of the Allen screws. which comes screwed in. So you have to unscrew it, is broken. Oh, wonderful. Of course it is. Of course it is. I'm sorry, Pickle. Hopefully, hopefully you can do a return or something. An exchange. Or they can send you a part or something. So this creates a little shortcut so that you have easy access to get back here if necessary, which may or may not be necessary because I can't remember what Skulltula I've missed right now, and I'm a little worried about that. I already asked for the part, so hopefully you'll get it soon. I hope so. I hope so. Good luck. I'm sorry that happened to you. Hopefully this will extend enough. Nope, I missed one. Oh well, it's just magic, right? No biggie. Hey, Sean. Good to see you, man. How are you? Wait. Dang. For a hot second. I thought maybe... Shoot, man. I'm gonna need to look up a guide at the end and see which one I missed. It's super frustrating. Easiest darknut fight of your life. Happy Tuesday to you, doing well. Lots to do, but here I am. GG's on all your Mega Man success recently showing, you're really killing it. I love it. Like slicing their armor off, more humility. You can't not slice their armor off, I just did it very quickly. Thank you, Health, good luck, be safe. I appreciate it. Hopefully things will go well and I find the missing Skulltula. Oh, we got the mirror shield. I probably should have read that, but we got the mirror shield. Which, of course, as you saw already, I can reflect light with it, and that's pretty much its only purpose. Except for later in this dungeon, which you'll see. It's pretty much the only reason we get this item. That's just a regular Skulltula. I don't think you can you... Oh, you can, okay. Couldn't remember if that wall was unhookshotable or not. Probably could push a bit more for at least top 10 glitchless, but I'll take it. Take it easy and see what other games I could grind, like Mega Man 2 or Store Brand. You ever think about doing Store Brand showing? Why are you crying, Pickle? What's the matter? What's the matter, buddy? Yeah, Game Boy. Mega Man 2 Game Boy. Sitting in my broken chair crying. Aww. Poor Pickle. Oops. Reference went over your head. Broken. Maybe so. I was also considering Dr. Wily's Revenge. Start with Mega Man 2. That'd be cool to see you do Wily's Revenge as well. Perhaps maybe even someday I will play that. Oh, did I go too far? Whoopsie. I like Wily's Revenge a lot. Had the cartridge for Game Boy Color. Played it quite often. Nice. Yeah, I've not played it before, so it's new to me. Can you please put your freaking sword away? Oh no. Incorrect. And... bombs. Can you, like, die? What is with you, Link? Goodness me. First try. Keep doing some runs on Mega Man 1. Not to forget my skills are there. Yeah, maybe PBs will happen, but I'm not really seeking them. Almost tying 10th place in Toothless and tying 19th with Mega in Zipless is quite great goals that I achieved. I agree. I was gonna say, what is Toothless? I've not heard that term before. I don't think there's anything else in terms of hidden chests or anything here. Gosh, I got so disoriented so quickly there. Zipless almost came out as topless. Yeah. Oh no! Ho ho ho, looks like someone is here, Kuomi. Hee hee hee, looks like it, Kotake. What an outrageous fellow he is to introduce so boldly to, to intrude so boldly onto our temple. Ho ho ho. We should teach this outrageous fellow a lesson, hee hee hee. Oh, loyal minion. Uh-oh. Looks pretty strong. Destroy this intruder on our behalf. Ah, man. It's all up to me. I like that little bit of comic relief they throw in there. Like, oh, I don't even have my weapon. Uh-oh. It's Naburu. Where am I? Well, well, looks like she's back to normal, Kuome. She's just a little girl, but she commands a lot of respect among the Gerudo Kotake. Maybe we should make her work for the great Ganondorf for a little while longer. Ho ho ho. Then we should brainwash her again. Hee hee. Dead. Oh no. Poor Naburu. "19th zipless, 11th glitchless" is just great. It really is. It's excellent. Important that they are sub 23 and sub 24 respectively. It's really good work, man. And your big PB in Mega Man 2 as well. Brainwash and Vaporize spells very similar. I have seen so many speedruns of this that most of the cutscenes are new to me. Really? That's pretty cool, Pickle. The 31. A big 31 too. I told you could do it. Look at that stupid kid. He came on his own to offer himself as a sacrifice to the great Ganondorf. Hee 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 hee. Soon the 30. For sure, man. If you ever need anything, please let me know. With my flame, I will burn him to the bone. With my frost, I will freeze him to his soul. That's what you think. Sorceress Sisters Twinrova. Yeah, no problem, man. No problem at all. Just hit me up whenever. Always here for you. Are you kidding me? Are you actually kidding me? This part of the fight actually stinks like so much. Cause it's actually quite particular. It's not always easy. See, they just like they just move out of the way. Like you think you're gonna get a good shot at him. That one, I don't know why that didn't work, but it didn't. I aimed that directly at her. It didn't work. I guess there is a thing as such thing as being too far away, which also stinks because it's hard to get the aim right because of things like this. So this part of the fight really is a pain in the butt. And she's nowhere to be found. Combine magic to make comfortable temperature beam. That would be nice. See, they go out of your way on purpose, I swear. It's the most annoying fight. Just when you think you're gonna get a good shot at him. Oh my. What was with that one? Yo, welcome in, Poxy. Thank you so much for the raid. I really appreciate that. Welcome in, the James KZ. Hopefully it's not supposed to be the James Kiz or something like that. Welcome in, Fight Club. Wasty Boy. What's up, guys? How we doing today? Thanks so much for the raid. I really do appreciate that. Thank you for the follows as well. Apparently Twinrova does not want to be hit right now. I'm being raided by Poxy. Love your beard. Thanks, Ho Beard. Let's go. I probably love yours too. Why aren't you getting hit? That's so annoying. What a beauty beard. Thanks. Bulgy set. Thanks, guys. Thanks for all the follows. Really appreciate that. Hope your stream was awesome. I will give you a shout out as soon as I'm able to here, Poxy. In the meantime, you can always click Poxy's name in chat and go give them a follow. Oh, it's all good. I can focus and talk at the same time. My name is Mitri. I am currently doing what I have deemed Triforce Tuesday, in which I complete all the main series Zelda games to 100% completion. And as you can see right now, I'm failing at... Thank you for the shout out, I really appreciate that. I'm failing at Ocarina of Time. To answer any questions up front, yes, I have played this before. Yes, I've 100% completed every Zelda game before, and now I'm just doing it on stream for everybody. Thanks, James. You just beat this today, let's go! How was it? How was your stream? Did you have a good time? Thanks, guys, for all the follows. I appreciate that. Was it, oh shoot, I wasn't paying attention. I'm gonna get frozen. Was it your first time playing, or? How was it? Oh, I disagree with that one. Thank you so much. Thanks. Really appreciate the follows. You have played before. As most people, but... I can't put my sword away when I'm trying to get out of this. 69 hoagies, nice. We just hit that today. A hoagie here. I'm from the Philadelphia area. So a hoagie here, instead of calling them subs, we call them hoagies. And exclamation TT. There's a bunch of incentives that I'm doing for Triforce Tuesdays in which I will play more games, do more quests, that kind of thing. You can see the Triforce Tuesday spreadsheet if you'd like, and now Twin Rover is gone. Everyone playing Zelda is making me want to play every Tuesday. If you guys come to my stream on a Tuesday, I will be doing Zelda guaranteed for the foreseeable future. Thanks for the GGs. Thanks, guys. First time doing all the Skulltulas. Poxy, I think I've missed one, and I'm pretty upset about it. Shoot, what a fresh kid. Whatever. What? Hey, Kuome. What is that above your head? I don't know, but you have one over your head too, Kotake, if I could read. But I'm only 400 years old, and I'm just 380 years old. We're twins, don't you try to lie about your age. You must have gone senile. Who are you calling senile? I can't even read this fast. How heartless you are. How can you be so ungrateful? You're heartless. You ungrateful. And they're gone. Yeah, old plus old equals young. Olge. Thanks for the GGs. I'm starting Majora's Mask Thursday. I'm playing through them all too. Yo, let's go. I did drop you a follow, Poxy. Everybody go follow Poxy. I'm definitely going to have to check out your stream. Majora's Mask, obviously, next on the list for me as well. Again, 100%ing all main series Zelda games. And currently, you can see those little goal bars over that way. Over that way. Right around there. Bits goals, sub goals. We're currently working towards a playthrough of Four Swords Adventures, as well as completing the Nintendo Gallery when we get to Wind Waker. So there's all kinds of fun stuff if you want to check out that spreadsheet. That is indeed Mega Man. And speaking of Mega Man, I speedrun Mega Man 2 currently, as well as some other things, but currently speedrunning Mega Man 2. Been working on getting a goal in that game. Kid, let me thank you. Hehehe. Look what the little kid has become in the past 7 years. Competent swordsman. By the way, I really messed up. I was brainwashed by those old witches and used by Ganondorf to do his evil will. Aw, man. But isn't it funny that a person like me could turn out to be the Sage of Spirit? And now I'm going to fight them as one of the 6 sages, heh. We're going to pay them back for what they did to me. Excellent. Kid! No, my dude, the hero of time. Instead of keeping the promise I made back then, I give you this medallion. Take it! The reason I am called my dude is because it was redeemed by somebody in chat. If you get here early enough on the first day of a new game, you get to name the character. Yeah. You receive the Spirit Medallion. The brewer awakens as a sage and adds her power to yours. Fantastic. Mine was long. Nice. If only I knew you would become such a handsome man. Ooh. I was a kid and you were an adult. I should have kept the promise I made back then. Yikes. You speedrun? I've been watching a lot of them on YouTube. Super Metroid's my favorite speedrun. I think I might learn Super Metroid someday. I'm primarily a speedrunner, yes. My dude, the hero. He's Hank Hill. I'm sorry, I didn't choose it, but he's Hank Hill. Finally, all of us, the 6 sages, have been awakened. The time for the final showdown with the King of Evil has come. Before that, though, you should meet the one who is waiting for you, I tell you what. The one who is waiting for you at the Temple of Time. Wah. Oh boy, so I believe I am missing a single Skulltula right now. I know I have to go get one more. Let me explain to those of you who are just joining me. My count is going to say 99. I actually only have 98. There's a way to cheese it that you can get multiple Skulltulas from one. I wanted to end with 101 just kind of as a joke. So I missed one, and it had to be very recent because I believe I was on track this entire time. Everything looked good. So I'm going to do a quick search to see. To see where the one I missed is, because I can't believe I missed one somewhere along the way. I know the one that I still have to go get to be number 100. Go away, Gwei. But anyway, I hope your stream was good. Welcome in all the new people. Found out the map thing this playthrough? What map thing do you mean? Thanks everybody for joining me. They show you if you've gotten them all? Right, oh, right. Good idea, you know what? I didn't even think of that. Zora's Domain, I know. We need to go get the final one in Zora's Domain. Lost Woods, Kakariko. Thanks for reminding me about that, because I actually forgot that was a thing. Poxy being the MVP here. Oh, the market? Oh, I'm not missing one. I'm not missing one. We're fine. Everything's fine. I just forgot about it. But I'm not actually missing one. What we can do is where do I want to warp to? Because I gotta go to Zora's Domain. We'll do Zora's Domain first, and then we'll go back. But luckily for me, I remember where it is now. I'm not a big dummy. Thanks to Poxy for I've been waiting for you, my dude. Who is it? Who is it? Who is it? It's Sheik. That's what I thought. My dude, the hero of time. You have overcome many hardships and awakened the 6 sages. And now you have a final challenge, a showdown with Ganondorf, the king of evil. Oh no. Before that, I have things I want to tell you, only to you. Please listen. Butt cheeks. Another unknown legend of the Triforce passed down by the Shadowfolk, the Sheikahs. Okay, here we go. If you would seek the Sacred Triangle, listen well. I'm listening. The resting place of the Sacred Triangle, the Sacred Realm, is a mirror that reflects what is in the heart. Okay. The heart of the one who enters it. If an evil heart, the realm will become full of evil. If pure, the realm will become a paradise. Wonderful. Showing the Triforce, the Sacred Triangle. It is a balance that weighs the 3 forces, power, wisdom, and courage. If the heart of the one who holds the Sacred Triangle has all 3 forces in balance, that one will gain the true force to govern all. Oh, cool. So what you're saying is, I can rule the world. But if that one's heart is not in balance, the Triforce will separate into 3 parts, power, wisdom, and courage. Only one part will remain for the one who touched the Triforce, the part representing the force that one most believes in. If that one seeks the true force, then that one must acquire the 2 lost parts. Those 2 parts will be held within others chosen by destiny, who will bear the Triforce mark on the backs of their hands. On the backs of their hands? Pog. 7 years ago, Ganondorf, the King of Thieves, used the door you opened in the Temple of Time and entered the Sacred Realm. Oh, cool. But when he laid his hands on the Triforce, the legend came true. The Triforce separated into 3 parts. Only the Triforce of Power remained in Ganondorf's hand. The strength of the Triforce of Power enabled him to become a mighty evil king, but his dark ambitions were not satisfied. Ooh. To gain complete mastery of the world, Ganondorf started looking for those chosen by destiny to hold the 2 other Triforce parts. The one who holds the Triforce of Courage is you, my dude! And the other, who holds the Triforce of Wisdom, is the 7th Sage, who is destined to be the leader of them all. Who? Tell me. Oh my gosh, it's you, Sheik. And clearly Sheik only, and not any other identity. Oh my god, what do you mean? Zelda? All along? You were Sheik? It is I, the Princess of Hyrule, Zelda. I tricked you. I apologize for meeting you in disguise, but it was necessary to hide from the King of Evil. Please forgive me. Ash. On that date, 7 years ago, Ganondorf attacked Hyrule Castle. I saw you as I was escaping from the castle with my attendant, Impa. Well, excuse me, princess. I always thought this Zelda was ugly. Are you asking me why? Or are you asking Shawing why? Welcome back, Nat. I thought I should entrust the ocarina to you. I thought it would be our best chance. As long as you had the ocarina in your possession, I thought Ganondorf could never enter the sacred realm, but something I could never expect happened. After you open the door of time, the Master Sword seal you away in the sacred realm. Your spirit remained in the sacred realm, and then the Triforce fell into Ganondorf's hand. He went to invade the sacred realm. Ganondorf had become the evil king, and the sacred realm became a world of evil. All this is an unfortunate coincidence. I passed myself off as a Sheikah and hoped that you would return. I waited for 7 years. Cool. And now your eyes are back to being blue. And now you're back. The Dark Age ruled by Ganondorf, the evil king, will end. The 6 sages will open the sealed door and lure Ganondorf back into the sacred realm. I will then seal the door to the sacred realm of this world. Thus Ganondorf, the evil king, will vanish from Hyrule. Yay! My dude, in order to do this, I need your courage again. Please protect me while I do my part. And here's a weapon that can penetrate the evil king's defenses. The power given to the chosen ones. Sacred Arrow of Light. Yay! Face and hair combo is bad. At least here in game, in the artwork, it looks a little better. Face is a bit too wide. Oh goodness. You got the light arrow. Neat. The voice for Zelda. That's how I did her in Link to the Past, and I guess it's just stuck now. That rumbling, it can't be. Oh my goodness. I'm a rupee. Princess Zelda, you foolish traitor. I commend you for avoiding my pursuit for 7 long years. But you let your guard down. I knew you would appear if I let this kid wander around. Kid? They don't call me Adult Link for nothing. My only mistake was to slightly underestimate the power of this kid. No. It was not the kid's power I misjudged. It was the power of the Triforce of Courage. But with the Triforce of Wisdom that Zelda has. When I obtain these 2 Triforces, then I will become the true ruler of the world. Oh no. If you want to rescue Zelda, come to my castle. Don't tell me what to do! Anyway, I'm gonna go look for Skulltulas. Yeah, Zelda's value is 50 rupees. Yeah, why doesn't he trap Link with the same trick? Yeah, if he's so powerful. Good question. Yeah, you can do it from a remote distance. Why not seal him too? And then he has all 3 pieces. Easy. The game just ends. Link gets captured. The game's just... You can't do anything anymore. What was that slow walk? What is this? Bonk. Now that there's a split in the timeline where Link fails, my theory wouldn't be far off. In that branch of the timeline, true. That's true. Oh, I didn't see the big stretch request from Nummies before. I only saw the water break. I'll just take a quick big stretch here with Link. Ugh. Can't believe there's an official branch where Link fails. The timeline's a little bit silly. And by a little bit, I mean the timeline's pretty dang silly. Hey look, Zora's domain is no longer completely frozen over. I used to think the two-way split was much more logical than a three-way split. Yeah. Yeah. No, you don't get ripped off by Zora in this one. You're supposed to use the Lens of Truth here. You would see Skulltulas hanging from the wall. Or the ceiling, rather, I suppose. Kind of like this guy right here. Oh, wait, this is not a... Shoot. I don't think we're in free-flowing time, are we? No, we're not. I gotta do it again, sorry. For whatever reason, I thought this area was free-flowing time. Night already? Bedge. Nope, that's not what I want. Oh, I should have done this as soon as I... No, I'm a dummy. Sure, showing, no problem. I'm gonna go ahead and collect the last Skulltula here. And, show you guys what the wonderful prize is for all of that. So I'm actually, like I mentioned, we're gonna end with 101. I actually should have 100 right now. We're gonna end with 101 because of the little trick I did earlier. Just for fun. Oh shoot, no, I did get this one. Oh, dang, what am I missing then? I could have sworn that was it. It did say the market. Oh no, the wasteland. The wasteland doesn't have one. I guess the market doesn't get a, Okay, so it is in the wasteland. So which one did I miss? Let's see. I still have my thing pulled up here. Got that, got that, got that. Oh! Oh! Is that the one I missed? I think I found it. I think I found it. No worries, guys. I didn't even know the in-game map showed you that you got all of the Skulltulas. Do you need an item for it? No. Well, yes. But you will have had the item regardless. Scooch. Stop! What are you doing? Tab. Oh, dude, I didn't even realize that was you, Doomtab. I just saw the blue text and thought it was Shawing talking. What's up, Doomtab? How's it going? Did you, complete Z1? There he is. That's what we wanted. I'm blending in. It was fun. I'm glad you enjoyed it. Yay! Okay, now we have 101. Because we cheated. It was fun, glad I did it. I never hear you talk like that. What have you done with Doomtap? Never seen this Skulltula dupe thing before? Were you here when I actually did it? Or did you, you weren't? I can show it off in a little while. Basically all it is there's a grotto, and in those grottos there's the little light thing you step into to teleport back up. You kill the Skulltula with the boomerang as Child Link and have it brought back to you. Come on. I am playing this correctly. What is happening? This is so embarrassing. You have the Skulltula, you throw the boomerang and bring the Skulltula back to you as you backflip into the little warp thing that brings you up, so you collect it at the same time. And it doesn't register. It registers that you collected it, but it doesn't register that the Skulltula should be gone from the grotto. So you can go back in and just keep doing it. So I just like to get 101, just for fun. Oh yeah, it's super easy. You just have to time it right, and it's not that hard to time. Are we finishing this today? I mean, yeah, because I've only got a couple things to do. It's going to be a longer stream than normal because I don't feel like I should just stop and then have like 2 things to do for next week. I only 100% this once on the 3D version with a guide. The 3DS version, since you destroyed 101 spiders of the curse on me has been broken. Thank you. Here's a token of my appreciation. Please take it. And as you can imagine, it's rupees. It's completely worthless, and it's not worth it at all. The 3DS version had a lot of good quality of life improvements. A lot of good quality life improvements. Longer stream. Huge rupees. So lame. Come on. You can do it, Epona. You big dummy. Yeah, the gyro aiming. I was thinking about that in a couple spots here, especially during the... Welcome back, Health. I don't remember if I said that or not. During the archery game in the Gerudo area. It was super helpful there. It made things like way easier than using the stupid control stick. And now that the carpenters have returned, the bridge is now fixed. Vibe plus. Wide vibe. You can wide vibe. There you go. Gerudo Training Ground. Only registered members are allowed. Good thing I am a registered member. Let me in! This is the Gerudo Training Ground. 1 try for 10 rupees. Alright. I'll take your 10 rupees, give it your best shot. I'm poor now. I need to go back to the Skulltula house and get all my rupees. I'm winning! There it is. If you desire to acquire a hidden treasure, you must strive to attain the keys hidden in each chamber. Oh no. I need keys. Like how you kick the chest. I know, I always like that little sort of, trope. When you're Big Link, you just kick it open like it's no big deal. Defeat all the enemies in a limited time. Come here, kid. Come on, man. What's your problem? I'm getting my butt kicked here. Holy. What a dummy. Oh boy. Gather the jewels of the way while avoiding the traps and danger. Gecko, thank you for the water break. We'll do that in a moment here. Nothing over here. Oh, there is one here. Ouchies! Ouchies again. I messed up. Leave me alone, Boulder. Hey, Nicola. Good to see you. How you doing today? Alright, water break for Gecko here. What's up, Ascended? Or Yamucha? I don't. What do you want me to call you? Should I call you Ascended? Should I call you Yamucha? Which one is better for you? Ascended? I will do that. I'm glad you're doing well, Nicola. Without the necessary items, one will be confounded by impossible mysteries. Yeah, maybe. See if I can hit this. Hey, let's go. Third try. So you're supposed to use the lens of truth for that, obviously, but it's really not hard to So just find it if you know what you're looking for. Oh, actually. One with the silver hand should be able to move the block or whatever it says. Yeah, basically you can't do this entire thing until you've completed the vast majority of the game. So it just makes sense to come here at the end. Oh, are you kidding? Give me that back. Yeah, I got the Zora tunic. And a key. And a huge rupee, which I'll never need. And a small rupee, which I'll never need. And a trap. Time for lunch break, still watching on the phone. Enjoy your lunch showing. See if I can hit this again. Can I get it first try? Nope. Second try. Behind the eyes of the statue. Thanks for telling me. Can you... Are you kidding? I literally did not hit that one, huh? Yeah, I just made that my Scarecrow song. It was just easier. Find a secret passage. Okay. Navi, relax. Not what I wanted to do. I'm just gonna get all the... I forget which ones have stuff and which ones don't. And just get all the stuff. There's an eye there. I think... Yeah, there's a switch there. I thought one of them just had random stuff in it. Nope, it's the wrong way. Excuse me? I think I disagree with that one. Link had a... Link did not want to grab that ledge. Oh no, oh no, no, no. I didn't mean to do this. I didn't want to... Okay, we're fine. Everything's good. The only danger about that is that if you don't do it quick enough and you get that rupee last, the one that I did get last, that fire will come back up and it'll knock you back into the lava, and then you have to do the whole thing again, which kind of stinks. I didn't even know I had a commands command. Free bomb, choose. Free arrows. Ooh. Collect the underwater gems. Okay. Yeah, nobody ever uses a lot of these commands. Shout out to Showing. You can't breathe underwater. And now I can. It's a miracle. What? If you're around tomorrow night, you think you're doing Mega Man 2 races again? Possibly. Possibly. This might not work. Here we go. Yeah, I appreciate it's a bonus. Thank you for letting us know. The store brand races? Not quite. Oh no! Nice jump. Seven Eastern. Alright, I'll see what I'm up to. Or if I'm feeling up to it. Defeat all the enemies in a limited time. You played store brand this weekend, really? It's easier to be casual than I thought it would be. Speedrunning looks impossible. Mega Man 2? Game Boy? We're talking about the same store brand, right? Oh, nice. Speedrunning's easy. Why are you shushing? It's a bonus. Oh, the Mega Man 2 race. Yeah, that race was something else. Watch me speedrun it and take it from there. I haven't speedrun it in a while though. If you can overtry the colors chambers ahead, then you can only whatever. Then you'll get the treasure. Basically, we needed all the keys. All right, Shawing, enjoy your lunch. Yeah, I haven't done it in a while. I've been trying to get the 29 so that I can continue back with store brand. Ooh. So actually the fun thing about this is if you do everything just right, you actually don't need as many keys as they give you, but you have to do everything right. There is a path to take that would require you to use all the keys, but we're smarter than that. Alright, so bonus, good luck at Costco. Be safe. Welcome back, Mega. Thank you for the lurk, man. If you don't count the Ice Cavern as a dungeon, do you count this? No, not if I don't count the Ice Cavern. They're pretty much in the same vein. Nice number of hoagies. I mean, I'm attempting to reach 100 at some point. I just don't know if we'll get there. And if people get really generous, we can do some really fun stuff for Triforce Tuesday. You got the Ice Arrow! So to see, and your arrows will be paired up. If you hit your target, it will freeze. This arrow magic is granted only to those who complete the difficult training of the Gerudos, so use it with pride. And with that, the Gerudo training grounds are complete, and we have 2 spare keys, which, like I said, if you do everything exactly right and you take the correct path, you can actually hang on to a couple extra keys, which is pretty wild. Yep, this is the Gerudo training ground. It's completely optional. Actually, yeah, I would consider this even less of a dungeon than the Ice Cavern, because this is actually 100% optional. You don't even have to do this. At least, I mean, you have to do the Ice Cavern. You don't have a choice. And that's the Gerudo training ground. So I will let you guys jam out to this for a moment while I take a quick bathroom break. Hang tight. I'll be right back. Don't go anywhere. Okie dokie. Let's do it, guys. Let's do it. It's that time. Do it, Michael. I know what to do, Eric. Ew. My dude, can you hear me? It's Raru the Sage. We 6 will gather our power to create a bridge to the castle where Ganondorf dwells. The castle's keep, which is known as Ganon's Tower, is protected by the 6 evil barriers. Bring down the 6 barriers and save Princess Zelda. Let's go. Wah! I love this bridge. This bridge is so cool. Link's crossing the Rainbow Bridge. Oh no! Rainbow Road. Excuse me, Beamos. I have business to conduct. Uh-oh. What a jerk. Alright. This will be graphics in 2013. That away. Can you, like, face him when I see... Can you please? What's wrong with you, Link? Goodness me. Fire. There goes my magic. What is it? What is it? The golden gauntlet, so you can feel even more power coursing through your arms. I can lift up so much heavy things now. How cool am I? Most pointless item ever. They only make you use it in here, and it's optional in one other place. So yes, I would agree. Pretty pointless. Can you Link? Oh my goodness me. You some kind of dum-dum? I don't know if this is even hookshotable. I don't think it is. Oh, it is, okay. Rock on. Feel like it was a last-minute addition. Yeah, I can kind of almost guarantee that it was. Maybe they were going to use it more. Yeah, the disk drive, perhaps. They could only implement the animation for it twice. Shadow barriers dispelled. Please save the princess. Okay. I guess. Since you said please. Wah. Let's go do things with it. And by things, I mean thing. Look at that nice full inventory. Feels good, man. Let's just take a look at our title or selection screen here. Quiver, bomb bag, golden gauntlets, golden scale. I got all the medallions. No pieces left to get. We got 101 sculptulas. Got all the songs. We're doing great. Everything's looking amazing. Question? Alley-oop. Welcome, my dude. I am the Great Fairy of Courage. I'm going to enhance your defensive power. Receive it now. Strong. I'm so strong. Creepy fairy? A little bit. I love the fairies in Breath of the Wild. I will be honest. I love how they I love the artwork. Your defensive power is enhanced. Pog. Your defensive power has been enhanced. I think you just said that. Damage inflicted by enemies will be reduced by half. When battle has made you weary, please come back to see me. Come back. I miss you. Nope. I'm not trying to read. I'm trying to get out of here. Alright, well, that concludes all of the additional things we can get outside of the main quest, honestly. It's all the non-required items. That was the last one. Pretty cool. Ouch! Link, are you okay? Blue rupee, cool. I'm rich. Of course it didn't hit. It was not close enough. Can you please figure this out? Let's see. Too much cool animation for nothing to happen. Well, messed that up nice. Really? I guess the best way to do it is just wait till it's already blowing. Am I dumb? Isn't that how you get this rupee? I'm genuinely a bit confused here. Well. Do I need to go? I'm like genuinely confused here. Yeah, I'll get the switch here in a sec. As soon as this fan's done blowing. Oh! Yep, okay. There we go. Easy game. Stay on the platform. They should have warned me about no traction. You know? Great, now I get to do that again. Oh, at least we don't have to worry about it too much. Navi. Ah! What are you doing? I might cry. Oh my lord. Can I just reach that from this platform here? Holy moly, first try. Thanks. The forest barrier is dispelled. Hurry up, my dude. What's up, Alice? How are you? How was your stream? Did you win? What's up, Ski? How's it going, man? Best game ever. My dude, it's so hot in here. We can't stay in here for long. That's what you think. Idiot. I never win. So it didn't go too well. Did you have fun at least? Did you have a nice stream? Oh, cool. Imagine having fun playing SMB3. So you didn't have a good stream is what you're saying. I hope that's not the case. You want to grab that, or...? Good stream, stinky game. Oh, I'm glad the stream was good then. How are you doing today? Oh no! Are you kidding? Are you absolutely kidding me right now? Nice control. What a pain in the butt. This is definitely, I think, the worst room in the, in Ganna's tower. Super annoying. It's just frustrating. It's not that it's not easy, it's just frustrating. There we go. No, you can't just go. You can't do it with the hover boots. Did the water temple on PC? What do you mean? Was shite? Fireberry is dispelled. Hurry up, brother. Alright. See you there. Oh, a dolphin emulator? Couldn't grab the water temple hookshot target? Got an N64 adapter, nice. Oh, how... Jeez, where'd you come from? Yeah, I love the ice cavern too. Favorite Zelda dungeon in Ocarina? Probably the Forest Temple, I think. Yeah, I wouldn't consider the ice cavern an actual temple. Mega, thank you for the lurk. Good luck at the meeting. Easy baby puzzle. Spirited is nice. Shadow 2, Force is king. Force, I definitely think, is the best one. Log in the PC, no problem, Sean. Oh gosh, did I go the wrong way? What a dummy. Thanks to Big Stretch Bagley. Appreciate it. I needed that. We're going on 8 hours here. And we're nearly done. Dummy, I showed back up just in time. If you never leave, then you won't have to be worried. You won't have to worry about being called a dummy by accident. Waterberry is dispelled. Hurry up! Don't tell me what to do. I'm not your slave. I never did leave. Then how did you show back up? Water temple has been unlocked. Run it again. Oh no. Water temple's not so bad. Bagley, who's in your group for the tourney? I was simply not present. You got me. Try Japezu. I never know how to pronounce Neo. I don't even know Withered Rose. I am unfamiliar with Withered Rose. Not too worried, gamer. Seen him around, but not familiar either. I got a bomb chew. I probably should have waited to open that, actually. In case I mess this up. Comma Nico. Good enough. Comma me. Different Nico. Mess it up, Nico. No, I meant that Nico. Not my brother Nico. Just for funsies. Yeah, that Nico. Guess there's genuinely no reason for me to do this. But why not? It's fun. Yay! When's my right time, Ken? Deku nuts, what kind of BS is this? Spirit barrier is dispelled. Hurry up, kid. The sound. All right. One more to go. Oh, 3 times. I guess you use it 3 times, not 2 times. We didn't give the game enough credit. 2 times mandatory. 1 time. For funsies. – So most of these are ice traps, again, in the spirit of doing things 100% and opening every chest. We'll do that. I believe it's the ones with the keys on them are actually good chests, and the ones without are traps, yep. So we'll open up all the traps first. Just to prove to you that I know my stuff here. Trap, trap, trap. And then these are not traps. Perhaps the dumbest room in the dungeon, or the castle, however you want to call it. It's just so silly. Take a hit here. Take another hit by accident. Oh no. There's nothing here. Just kidding, just kidding. It was there all along. The light barrier is dispelled. Hurry! Aha! I love the light temple. It's my favorite. What? Oh my goodness. We did it, ladies and gentlemen. We saved the city. That and the unicorn fountain. Where's the ridge? Right there. All right, it's time. Time to find Ganon, comma, Dwarf? Ganon, comma, Dwarf. Excuse me. Excuse me. Excuse me. Oh no! Enemies. Get out of the fire. I can't fight you if you're in the fire. You're next. Can you turn around, Link? Easy. Such pushovers. I went the wrong way. I'm gonna be LJ. We're gonna make it. There she is. Zoraldo. The Triforce parts are resonating. They're combining into one again. Neat. The two Triforce parts that I could not capture on that day 7 years ago. I didn't expect they would be hidden within you two. And now, finally, all the Triforce parts have gathered here. Neat. Okay. These toys are too much for you. I command you to return them to me. No. What if I don't? My dude, I can't help you. Because of the waves of darkness, I can't get close. I'm sorry, my dude. What were you gonna do in the first place? I don't... What did you think was gonna happen? Alright, ladies and gentlemen. A good start. Awesome. Great, one hit. Awesome. Ha! Always love this theme, the rendition of Ganon's theme. Oh, the fight. Fight's pretty cool. The great evil King Ganondorf beaten by this kid. My dude. So silly. Yeah, this is version 1.2. Oh no. The glass. It's shattering. He's dead. GG's. Censor blood to replace it with vomit. Blah, blah. Yay! We did it! We win! I get Zelda back, and the game is over. Thanks for joining us, everybody.
Ganondorf, pitiful man. Without a strong righteous mind, he could not control the power of the gods, and...
Oh no! Thanks, ToonTap, for the GGs. Only in the 1.2 version. No, the 1.1 and the 1.2 version.
My dude, listen to me, this tower will collapse soon. Oh no, with his last breath, Ganondorf is trying to crush us in the ruins of the tower. We need to hurry and escape. Please follow me. Let's go.
You're annoying. You're too slow. How about you follow me? Dummy. Zelda, where are you? Zelda is no longer valued at 50 rupees. Come on. How Ganondorf exactly making the castle crumble down. Even making it rain boulders. It's pretty wild. Come on. How do you float? I want to float. Without hover boots. Is she wearing hover boots? She's moving pretty good. I don't think she's wearing hover boots. Yeah, this whole weird pattern thing that you take. Oh my gosh. Zelda has floaty jumps? Yeah, she's like Princess Toadstool. Oh no, what's going on? Oh, you're suddenly trapped in fire for no reason. If I fight these guys, surely you'll be better. That one is not doing well. I think somebody should call an ambulance for him. Come on, Link. Get with the program. Oh, this is pathetic. Come here.
Thank you, my dude. Now let's hurry.
Yeah, let's. Take a couple of these. Yeah, stop gasping. Everything's cool. Always find it cool that you can do a quick spin when rotating the stick. Yeah, I always like that maneuver. I find it quite useful. I've used it throughout the playthrough. Hang on, Zelda. I'm actually just gonna change my tunic real quick, because feeling like green right now. You know what I mean? Yeah, come on. Stop gasping, everything's cool. Where you at, Zelda? Come on. Big dummy. Stop gasping. Let's go. She got stuck. Oh no, there's only a minute left. How big is this castle anyway? Okay. We did it! We escaped the tower, and now it's definitely GG's, right? Game over. Ganon's done. We escape the tower. We win the game. GG's. There it goes. No more tower. That's why the tower's vibrating. I thought it was all the coffee I had today. Oh no. The end. Tower's gone. Ganon's gone. Everything is good. We saved Zelda.
It's over. It's finally over. My dude, I'm sorry.
Oh wait, that's Navi. My dude, I'm sorry I couldn't help you in the battle before. I mean, do you ever help me with battle? I don't really understand. I feel like I feel playing the Zeldas in order can make Ocarina look like a big accomplishment. Oh, absolutely. Hello? Oh no! You again? We just did this. Oh, little Triforce. You think you're so cool. Stream achievement unlocked. Mitri 100% Ocarina of Time. Almost there. Almost there. Ganon! Oh no! What a jerk. I can imagine Zelda fans 10 years after playing the original Zelda on NES. This was a huge moment. Absolutely. My sword! There's no way he's gonna hold me back again. This time we fight together. I mean... if you say so, Navi. If it makes you feel better. My sword is gone, so I'll just equip my sword. Oh, relax. Ooh, cool, free magic. Come at me, bro. You're so easily tricked. GG. Game's finally over.
My dude, the Master Sword is here. Hurry up.
Oh man. I thought I beat him. Mwah. Oh no, I was hit. I can't see anything. You fall for it every time, man. Oh, well, you got the best of me that time. I'll give you that. Just thought it was hilarious. The Master Sword is weaker than the Big Goron sword. Oh, thanks. What are you up to?
I'm using my power to hold the evil king. Use your sword and deliver the final blow.
All right, dude. Well, that's it? That's all the power you have? Ooh. Cool. I love Link's eyes in that shot. What's up, Zelda? You want to go out tonight, or what's up? How you doing? You alright? You okay? Everybody alright? What's happening? Ah! Easy game.
6 sages now.
The sword impaled it into the head. Ancient creators of Hyrule. Now open the sealed door and send the evil incarnation of darkness into the void of the evil realm. Ha 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 ha. Yeah. We did it, guys. We're defeating Ganon. Together. Thanks for the GGs, Nico. Shawing, thank you. You. Curse you. Zelda. Curse you. Sages. Curse you. My dude. Someday when this seal is broken, that is when I will exterminate your descendants. Oh my. Sounds rough. Until then, buddy. Until then. Thanks for the GGs, Natalie, Rocket, Mega, thank you. As long as the Triforce of Power is in my hand. Pause, champ. Oh, cool. We're in the clouds now. Showing.
Thank you, my dude. Thanks to you, Ganondorf has been sealed inside the evil realm. Thus, peace will once again reign in this world. For a time. All the tragedy that has befallen Hyrule was my doing.
Yep.
I was so young, I could not comprehend the consequences of trying to control the sacred realm. I dragged you into it, too.
You sure did.
Now it's time for me to make up for my mistakes. You must lay the Master Sword to rest and close the door of time. However, by doing this, the road between times will be closed.
Yep. I understand.
My dude, give the ocarina to me. As a sage, I can return you to your original time with it.
And, what if I don't? What if I just don't give it back? She looks so distraught right now.
When peace returns to Hyrule, it will be time for us to say goodbye.
No, no.
Now go home, my dude, regain your lost time. Home, where you are supposed to be, the way you are supposed to be.
I feel Zelda has a very large forehead. She does have a very high hairline, doesn't she? It's like a LeBron James hairline.
Thank you, my dude. Goodbye.
Probably why I feel like she doesn't look pretty. Yay! We did it, guys. We'll let the credits play out here. But that is a wrap on Ocarina of Time. 100%. Thanks, Poxy, for the GGs. Thanks for the raid. Thanks for hanging out. I really appreciate it. Next Tuesday, we'll start Majora. Second time seeing this today. Yeah, shoutouts again to Poxy for bringing all the friends here. Check out the stream. I really appreciate that. I love it here. Yo, thanks so much. Vibes are immaculate. That means a lot to me. Thank you so much. Really appreciate that a ton. We do have a couple things to end the stream with here. Once the credits are done rolling. Thanks to Nat. We have a Pokemon pack to open. We have a prediction to close. We have the spreadsheet to update. We got to check off Ocarina of Time. So that's all pretty cool. I suppose I can just complete the prediction as we're kind of sitting here. Chilling, listening to the credits theme. I'll try to shuffle away from the mic so I don't ruin the experience. Oh, I'll shuffle on screen but away from the mic. We didn't bet. I got here at the end. What's up, Ethan? How you doing, man? It's good to see you. How was your stream? How'd you do today? Alright, I'll give it a cut here. Okay, cut. And it's swords. The suit is swords. Yo, you got a PB? Let's go, dude. Congrats. Lost a bit over 20 seconds in TTC. Dang. That's how she goes. What's your new PB? Oh wow, nobody picked swords. Oh no. Everybody picked everything else 2 times in a row. I'll take swords for 500. 11 in Rainbow Ride. 11 is not too bad for Rainbow Ride, honestly. There's so much that can go bad. 143.20, nice. GG's, man. Proud of you. Oh, one missed Lakitu bounce. Yeah, Lakitu bounce is one of the things that can go really wrong, I feel like. So one missed? That's not too bad. Splits are really nice in the mid game. Very cool, man. Very cool. Within 5 seconds of lots of golds. Love to hear that. Hope you're doing well. Hope you're having a nice day, man. Got a gold tiny huge island before the split ended. I was like, I'm afraid of how much time I lost here. Isn't that weird when that happens? You feel like you've done a split so poorly and you end up golding. Oops, let me knock that on. It's the sieges. I wonder how King Zora got there. That's a good question, Shawing. How was Ocarina of Time? It was pretty good, man. I didn't want to stop because I feel like if I left off at any place, there wouldn't be that much going on for next week. So I was like, I might as well just close it out. Like, there wouldn't be that much left to do, you know what I mean? I suited for 7 years. Wink, 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 wink. Yeah, man, Ocarina is always a fun time. Played some Majora's Mask recently. That's gonna be for next Tuesday for me. I love Majora's Mask. I'm excited for it. Rudo's design wouldn't fly today. Maybe, maybe not. I feel like they can get pretty what's the word? Promiscuous? Is that the right word? It's your favorite too? Let's go! I'm torn between Link's Awakening and Majora's Mask being my favorites. I love this end music here. You were doing a rando of Majora's? I've never done one, but it's an incentive, actually. Exclamation TT if you want to see the incentives list. Ocarina of Time, 3D, they put some shells to cover the attributes. That's right, you're right, they did. Yay! Holy. I can't believe it. We actually did it. Uh-oh. What's this? She's doing the thing again. This is what got her in trouble in the first place. Luigi cameo at the window.
My dude.
There he is. There's Luigi. Luigi and Bows. The Bows. There he is. Fiend. The Legend of Zelda. Ocarina of Time. Fiend. Of the open ending. Very cool. We did it! Yay! GG. Pog. How it resolves in Majora's Mask? Kind of, yeah. Kind of resolves. Thank you, everybody, for being here. I really, really appreciate it a lot. Thank you for all the love today. It means a ton to me. Thanks for watching. Thanks for lurking. Thanks for chatting. Thanks for the gifts, bits, everything in between. I hope everybody has a great rest of their morning, afternoon, evening, or night, whatever time it is, wherever they may be. I will be back tomorrow, hopefully with speed running, some Mega Man for you guys. And until next time, everybody take care. And have a great one. Thank you all so much. Bye. I love you. Bye.